Testing, 1, 2, 3, testing. Whoever's the owner of the white sedan, you left your lights on. Chat, give me a moment. Cause I'm gonna be here for a while for this stream. First of all, I have to share it. I have to share the stream and make sure that people know of its existence. So let me just do that real fast. Why did I open a tab over here when I can just open a tab over here? Yes, Snick, you left your lights on. You have to go check. Snick, do you own a white sedan? Or whatever the fuck I said? I don't even remember, even though I just said it 30 seconds ago. I hope you're ready, cause you're gonna sleep alone tonight. We're temporary and we're even further out of sight. Alright, where is the... Here it is. Losses story is a... Troubling. Troubling. That's not how you spell troubling. Troubling one. And now I need the freaking thingy. I'm live. You ever wanted to see inside the head of a fucking dude who like who's like spamming every place that they can about the stream? So this is what goes on in my head when I tweet the stream. Also, hi everyone. I know people have been wanting me to do this for a while, so I was supposed to do it yesterday, and then something else came up, and I was like, oh shit, fuck. Ah, shit, dude. Ah, fuck. Ah, shit, dude. Hey, Justin, yellow hair. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna put it in the servers now, because that's what I'm gonna do. Boop. How is everyone in chat, though? Is everyone ready? Is everyone ready to get spooked at a fucking, wait, what server is this? Is everybody ready to get spooked in November? The Christmas month? I wonder how many people I made upset by saying that. Because Halloween is officially over. I really should have did this yesterday. Back when we were still in October. But now that it's November 1st, everyone is like, well, time to put up Christmas shit. Fa la 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 la. 'Tis the season to go fuck yourself. Alright, well. I'm glad you didn't stream yesterday. I had work. Oh, well, I'm right on time then, aren't I? What am I looking for? Oh, I know what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this server. Where, oh, where, oh, where? I'm in Jack's server. Black. And now I'm in... I'm not going to put it in Witch Hunter server. I don't think anyone in Webcake server would care. Scribbler server, of course. Not in the NSF room. God damn it. Alright. In Wooten server, probably. Sir, it is No Nut November. Listen, man. Don't talk to me about No Nut November. I have some bad memories from No Nut November. No Nut November is traumatizing. Alright, I think that's everything. I'm going to put my headphones on now. I'm gonna hit you with the YouTube thing now. Hi, it is me. How is everyone? Tired, thankfully I didn't have to go in. You didn't have to go into work today, Snick? Why? Did they have a lot of people? Oh, is it? Are they doing that thing that they do that every holiday where they hire a bunch of people but they only work for the holidays? Are they doing that thing? And while Snick is trying to answer that question, I just want to preference this by saying we're going to react to a lot of Lost Narrator content right now. I have a playlist up that Lost built her fucking self, and we're gonna react to The Tale of the Lost Narrator, A Beloved's Cursed, Stained Memories, A Story Written, The Chronicles of Curseword 1 and 2, and then I think that's it, because everything else is like a song. There's an animatic here. There's Revisions, which is also another song, I think. Yeah, that's a piano arrangement. There's a podcast, and then there's another song. We're just going to react to the main stuff. Thankfully, not at my store. Okay, well. Wait, before I get started, Snick, did they start putting up Christmas stuff? Did they start putting up the fucking wreaths and the Christmas hats? I have a Christmas hat. I should wear that for this. No, I don't want to piss people. Like, people will come in and get, like, confused. It'd be like, this is scary content, but Wolf is wearing a Christmas hat. Kind of shenanigans are going on here. But anyway, let's get into it, because I'm going to be here for a while. I should get water. I don't have water. I'll go get water later. There'll be a... Oh, God, I got to change the... There we go. Hello, I'm here. Oh my God, that was a fucking thing. All right, well, I'm here. Can you guys hear the fucking thing? Wait, hold on. You should be able to. All right, let me try this again. All right, cool. I can hear it now, which means that you guys should be able to hear it. Jesus Christ, this is a choppy start to this. All right, let's go. Oh, is there? Oh, really? Hi, Pam. You can't hear the vid? Oh, no. Don't tell me you can't hear the vid. Wait, hold up. I'll be right back. Blah, 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 blah. Can you really not hear the vid? Oh, you really can't. Alright. Okay. Wait, why can't you hear the vid? That's so weird. Oh my god, why can't you hear the vid? That's so... Oh my god. Alright, hold up. This never happens. Wait, let me see something. Hit you with the BRB real fast. I pressed that button by accident. Pro gamer moment. Stop making fun of me. You're gonna make me cry. Don't tease me, please. Don't tease me. What if I just started complaining about like and the delay is so long that like I was like 2 minutes into the video and then Snick was like, we can't hear anything. I was like, god damn it. Oh boy. Let's see. Wow, you guys really can't hear anything, huh?
From the inside out. There were
No, it's coming through. What do you mean? Don't tase me, bro. Wait, let me play it now.
Documented cases of a unicorn horn rot.
It's playing, you freaking jokesters. Was it really not playing before? I have no idea what the hell happened. I just switched it. Alright, fuck it. I don't want to say I hate OBS, but like it's damn near better than XSplit, that's for sure. Jesus Christ. Okay, third time's the charm. Let's do it. Let's get this show on the road. All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
There is a tale that lingers on the tongues of the ponies of Equestria. A tale of a storyteller who would recount gruesome, horrific stories to any pony who would listen. She resides along the traveler trails that lead to the major cities in Equestria.
Been here for 10 minutes.
In the dead of night, she would appear out of the mist, her hoofsteps echoing among the trees in moonlight. Most ponies didn't know what to make of her, considering the weathered cloak that covered her body, and the crimson glowing eyes that shone through the leathery mask that hid her face. However, among the gruesome features of her exterior, there was one thing that caught Pony's eyes: her hollowed out horn. It resembled the horn of a changeling on first glance, but upon closer inspection, one would realize that it was rotting from the inside out.
Oh, that's not good. You should get that checked out.
Cases of a unicorn horn rot epidemic before the advances of Medimagic, but that was before the time of the princess's reign. However, the horn upon this particular unicorn's head could still cast magic. Sufferers of unicorn horn rot were unable to use their magic, with some extreme cases of having the horn amputated. So, for this mare to even have such an ability with her horn at this level of decomposition was mind-boggling.
I'm trying so hard to not make a like, oh, she has gonorrhea in her horn joke. Like, I don't think this is the place for that.
This hollowed out horn, she created worlds for her listeners. Worlds filled with agony and death, revenge and gore, darkness and despair. These stories gripped her listeners until the end of their telling. Yet it wasn't until their closure that she would utter a single ominous phrase. but nothing can compare to the loss of a beloved. With that, she would walk back into the dead of night, the lingering smell of rotting flesh trailing behind her. Any pony unfortunate enough to hear her stories would have a series of cursed events befall them.
Really?
Events that mirrored the stories they had heard from the lost narrator. And I know what you're thinking. It's just an old pony tale. Those kinds of stories never end up being true, merely woven by parents to scare their foals into listening.
Okay.
Those foals would grow into mares and stallions, and they would pass those stories on to their children, and the cycle would continue. But with every story, there is some truth behind the words. The last narrator was an actual pony who lived in Equestria, though she wasn't always known for the title of this.
I'm sorry. I just looked over in chat. I just see Rach say, she got that stank horn. Bruh, stop making fun of Lost like that. We love Lost. Stop making fun of her. Leave her be. Let her live.
Bestowed upon her, and there is more to that
She
story
got
than
that
just a simple
stank
entity
horn.
dabbing ponies for her pleasure. So, let's start at the beginning. Well, for starters, the lost narrator wasn't her real name. She was just a simple unicorn mare named Curseword, who lived in a small town. She was known for having a very colorful language. She spoke her mind, and didn't care what others thought.
Oh,
even
really?
if she offended the ponies around her. She honestly believed that words were just words. Powerless little entities that only had meaning if you gave them that power. She lived in a little house in the middle of the town with her beloved. They loved each other so very much. Many ponies aspired to have their relationship, to have a natural understanding for one another like they had. Curseword's beloved knew her better than herself, and she knew her beloved's heart was pure. However, no relationship was without flaw. They had fights like any other couple, but their understanding for each other outshone any conflict.
Okay.
Curseword cherished her beloved with all of her heart. In her little town, she was known for being a storyteller to the fillies and colts, as one cannot make a living on just foul language alone. Utilizing her magic, she would create images, music, and sound that brought her stories to life. She would act out each one of them, pulling in her little listeners with such vivid detail. The foals were always left in awe. They would sit around for hours, listening to her stories of heroes conquering villains, good triumphing over evil, and happy moments within life. Curseword always made sure to leave a lingering moral in each one of her stories. It was her own way of making sure that she was helping those around her and ensuring that the good in ponies flourished.
Okay.
Some ponies would say that Curseword's life was near perfect, with each day being the same pleasant routine. However, with most stories like these, there was always something rotten underlining the core. No pony's life is as perfect. For you see, Curseword had not unlocked the true nature of her power. In the past, numerous events around her had seemed coincidental, particularly ones of a terrible nature. Ponies getting sick around her, bad luck falling upon them. It always seemed odd, but she would always keep these thoughts to herself. She never even told her beloved. She buried these thoughts and continued on with her storytelling and everyday life.
No.
That is until one day, when she had just finished recounting a fairy tale to a group of fillies and colts at the town library, when the truth came to light. There was a little colt who had not enjoyed the story as much as the other foals did. He had shouted a phrase that Curseword herself would dare not utter in front of them. She had been especially proud of that story that she had told that day.
I just imagine like that little colt being just saying like he's been hanging out with Lost so much and then he heard Lost say like cunt, and so now he's just yelling cunt and she's just like stop.
So for that little colt to say those words, it enraged her.
Cunt
At
blaster
first, she
McFuck
politely
nugget.
told him to be quiet, but the little colt wouldn't listen. He just kept yelling, almost taunting Curseword to retaliate and defend the story she had told. Her rage began building inside. She glared at the colt, who just kept shouting and shouting. Finally, Reaching her limit, her eyes shimmered crimson. She muttered, "You better watch out, or else your mother might wash that mouth clean off with soap."
What a
She
threat!
then calmly gathered her things, walked out of the library, and went back to her home, hoping her beloved would calm her rage. And her beloved certainly obliged. Her beloved served a quiet, nice dinner, and they spent time.
It's the Cunt Buster 9000.
Later, when Curseword went to bed, her thoughts drifted to getting up again in the morning and going down to the library to tell the stories to the foals. Dread began to take hold.
What happened?
Then that she heard a blood-curdling scream. She lifted her head and stared out the window, wondering where it had come from. A few moments passed. Nothing but silence. She paused, wondering whether she should get up, but decided to rest her head back on the pillow. She
Excuse
then
me?
heard another cry from outside. Sitting up in her bed, she turned to her beloved, who strangely did not stir at the sounds. Curseword slowly got up and trotted over to the window, trying to pinpoint the source of the distant screams. Then she saw it. About 10 houses away, in one upper story, she could see a silhouette of a mare shouting. Curseword watched, wide-eyed, as the mare struggled with something, as if holding it down. Water splashed up at the window, leaving the glass blurry for her to see through. Uneasiness came over Curseword. Couldn't any other pony in the town hear that mare? The window was wide open. Every pony in the town should have heard those muffled screams. Curseword shook her beloved awake, demanding she get help. Her beloved woke up, perplexed, worried that the stress of Curseword's job had finally gotten the best of her, but decided to humor Curseword. They raced downstairs, galloping towards the house from where hence the sound originated. As they got closer, her beloved could finally hear those muffled screams that Curseword had heard so clearly. As Curseword and her beloved tried to force open the door of the little house, Curseword started shouting, trying to get other ponies to wake up. Ponies in the neighboring houses began to stir from their slumber. She finally managed to pry the door open with her magic, and she raced up the stairs, reaching the bathroom at the end of the hall that faced her own house. As she reached the door, her mouth opened in shock at the sight before her. The mare she had seen in the window was standing over the tub. The tap was still on, water overflowing everywhere. She was panting and hunched over, her mane disheveled. Below her in the tub was a small figure, floating lifeless in the rushing, chilled water.
Someone has drowned their child.
Identity finally clicked in Curseword's mind. It was the colt from earlier that day. The mare who had drowned him slowly turned to Curseword, who stood there in silence, trying to process what had happened. Their eyes locked.
Did she drown him because he said cunt one too many times? That's a little bit of an overreaction, don't you think?
In that brief moment, both knew what had happened. The irreversible actions of a mother, and the words Curseword had uttered only hours ago. That lingering truth rose to the surface in Curseword's
Hello,
mind.
Grim Narrator.
Had she caused these events to happen with just her words? As undesirable as the colt's death was, she knew she had some claim in it. But how? That was the question that played back and forth in her mind after the police had questioned every pony, as she walked back home later with her beloved. She had not told the police of her suspicions. If she had a power this great, she needed to figure out a way to control it. Maybe it could be used for good. Maybe she could create events to help those around her.
So is Lost just kind of like a bad luck charm where she's like, where she'll say a thing, like she'll throw a threat, but then later on that threat will come true? She drowned him because she was mad at her story and lashed out at it. Oh, okay. Hi, Sun UA. All right, thank you
To help
for
the
telling
town,
me.
to benefit her beloved. She knew she needed to dedicate all of her time to uncovering this mystery. And
she has a
she did.
power
Every waking moment from
or a
then on
curse.
was devoted to analyzing this newfound power she possessed. Morning and night, she would spend studying, researching, trying to gain any kind of knowledge of this. Had there been other ponies in history that could perform this feat? Equestrian history only went so far back, and Curseword could not find anything that could explain this. Unfortunately, though, as time went on, she started to forget her daily obligations, her storytelling to the foals, her daily upkeep, even her grocery shopping. Many ponies in the town worried about this obsession, still not knowing the truth of what Curseword wanted to learn about. They only saw her absences, and the foals sadly
I forgot to grocery shop. I forgot to bathe. I forgot to sleep.
waiting for her to come and tell them stories. Not even her beloved knew what plagued her mind, and Curseword wanted to keep it that way. She refused to let any pony know the true nature of her research, afraid of what someone else might do with this kind of knowledge, with a power as great as hers, able to will things to happen by speaking words alone. It could overshadow even the princess's power in the wrong hooves. But these walls that Curseword built around her were far from healthy. She began to push every pony away, only engrossed over this power and its secrets. Days began to blur together. She forgot to eat. She forgot to sleep. She forgot to wash and look after herself.
Oh my god. I said earlier, I said she didn't sleep and she didn't bathe, and now you're telling me actually canonically she forgot to sleep and bathe. I was joking.
Her beloved tried to make her see sense, but her research had become her passion and held sway over her whole life. One night, after traveling to Camelot in hopes of finding a clue to the truth, she arrived home to find her beloved at the dining room table, candles lit, and the lingering smell of food, cooked many hours ago, hanging in the air. Her beloved looked up, eyes filled with tears. Curseword stood stock still, as the realization flashed in her mind, soon followed by guilt and regret. She had forgotten their anniversary. She hadn't meant to. She was doing all of this for the both of them, after all.
What the?
Her obsessions with her studies was not just for her, but for her beloved as well. She was trying to better their lives, and all that hope was instilled in finding the truth. Yet, her beloved did not know or understand this. She only saw Curseword growing more and more distant, unaware of her true motives.
Walking around
Frustrations and
smelling like a
emotions
bag
ran
of
high.
ass.
An argument ensued. Her beloved demanded in pride, wanting to know what she was hiding from her. Curseword began to tremble with anger, nervousness. Why couldn't her beloved just understand it was better she didn't know the truth? She shut her eyes, hoping her beloved would stop, but she just kept shouting, yelling that Curseword didn't love her anymore. Those words hit a terrible nerve. Curseword could feel the lump in her throat, trying to choke what was left of her patience. Her eye snapped open, glinting crimson red. Her mind had reached its limit. She shouted, "Just leave me alone." With that, she ran upstairs, slamming the bedroom door behind her. She stood in their bedroom, wondering if she had taken things too far with her quest to understand the truth. She had never meant to be that heartless to her beloved. One of the main reasons she was even pushing herself was for her beloved's sake. But there was still no reason to act that way. She sighed, knowing that she needed to make things right. She opened the door and walked back downstairs, calling out to her beloved. But only the silence of the quiet little home answered her. Curseword called out to her again, thinking she was quietly seething.
Oh no, 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 no. Oh no, 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 no. It just hit me because her words are literal weapons. She shouted, "Just leave me alone." And now I assume she just left? Or did the ceiling go? Well, she would hear that, but did she just vanish into thin air? Like,
only the silence remained. It was then that Curseword began to glance around their little home and noticed the table that had been cleared of any romantic effects. She found that odd, considering that she had been upstairs only for a few minutes. She called out again and was about to make her way outside to see if her beloved had gone for a walk when she sensed how empty the house felt.
Oh no! Oh,
Moved through the air and washed over her as she looked around the room, wondering what had happened. It wasn't until her eyes fell upon the photo on the shelf that she had realized the truth and what she had accidentally done. A photo frame where curse words stood alone, where once she had been smiling at another pony as they celebrated their anniversary. Now she was smiling to herself.
Oh, that's sad.
Cursewords' beloved had been erased from her life. Not a single pony in town remembered them as a couple. They only remembered Curseword, the lonely storyteller.
What? She erased her from all of, like, history and time?
Curseword held onto the memories of her beloved tightly, trying to piece together what had happened. Panic and devastation began to consume Curseword. She had caused this. The one thing in her life that made her truly happy had vanished without a trace. Because of her. Was her beloved dead? Or just misplaced? Had she been moved somewhere else in Equestria, given a different life? Or had she vanished completely? And how did Curseword even cause that to happen? Even now, she was wondering about her strange new magic. The crushing reality of Curseword's hidden power only drove her obsession deeper into the darker depths of her own mind. If she had made her beloved disappear, then surely she could make her beloved reappear the same way. She refused to give up on the hope of being reunited with her beloved. For, you see, even though the ponies in the town could not remember the pony that had always been her faithful companion, her beloved's belongings were still there in their home.
Okay.
It didn't make any sense.
Fuck, man, you're telling me.
Dead or alive, her beloved had to be somewhere. It was just the matter of time and discovery. Curseword decided that she would go back to her storytelling, but with a difference. She would recount memories of her beloved to other ponies. No longer were her stories tailored to a younger audience, for they were stories of love and the crushing reality of loss. Curseword purchased a traveling wagon, loaded up the tattered remains of her life, and made her way along the traveler trails.
Oh no, what is happening now?
That had once belonged to her beloved. She would tell stories to any traveler who would listen, and felt closer to finding her beloved again with each story she told. Her words had power after all. She truly believed that if she kept trying, just kept speaking, just kept narrating their life together, she would somehow, some way, bring back her beloved by the sheer power of her words.
Got bad news for you.
It didn't matter that she never cracked how to enact that strange power of hers on command. Tenacity became her best friend, and she kept at her quest, even when she failed time and time again. However, Curseword's plight lasted for many years, and proved ever more fruitless as time wore on. She told the same stories over and over, hoping to remember some new detail that would unlock the mystery on how to reverse her beloved's disappearance.
Got bad news for you.
She never did.
Ugh.
One day, a group of fellow travelers told her that her boring love stories were getting old. They demanded she tell them another story, a new one she had never told before.
Tell us another story!
She would tell no story other than those of her beloved, and there were no new stories to tell. They insisted that she tell something new, something made up. It was then that the hatred began to boil to the surface, and she stared at those ungrateful ponies. How dare they not listen to her stories? No, her memories, her last remnants of her beloved. Her tales were all that she had left of her most precious sun pony besides the old and weathered cloak. She looked at the travelers, anger glimmering in her crimson eyes as she said, "Those stories are the only ones you will ever hear." She left them there, reeling from the adrenaline and anger coursing through her veins. Returning to her wagon, She decided that it would be wise just to rest for a while. As the horizon drifted lazily into dusk and then night, she wondered whether her quest was hopeless after all. She had been the one to cause her own heartache. Her beloved was gone, and she foolishly thought that telling stories could reverse that. Bitterness swelled in her chest. She was tenacious, yes, but tenacity can only take someone so far. Hope has to carry that burden after all, and her hope was in short supply these days.
Okay.
She finally decided enough was enough. She had gone years without her strange power manifesting again. Now, it seemed like it would never surface again. Maybe this was the last part of her punishment for neglecting the best thing that had ever happened to her. It was time for Curseword to return to her hometown and her empty house.
I just want to say something real quick about Loss's, like, fucked up, like, curse word design. I love the eyes mostly. I think the eyes are great because whenever I look at the eyes, it looks like I'm looking at a lantern. But the specific part of the lantern where it's a fire inside of a metal chamber surrounded by darkness. That's what I like about, like, Loss's fucked up curse word design.
Filled with nothing.
Love the
old
eyes.
Memories and old regrets. It was that next morning, though, on her way back to her town, that she overheard a commotion in a camp near to where she had parked her wagon. The royal guards themselves had arrived to secure the area. Drawing closer to the crowd that had gathered, she learned that a group of travelers had been discovered with vicious slash marks on their ears and throats. Nearby
On their
travelers
ears?
had heard crazed shouting coming from the nearby campsite, yelling about that mare and her stories. In the morning, they were found dead in pools of their own blood. The reports that the guards made surmised that each pony was suffering from paranoid delusions from eating the mushrooms nearby, since a skillet of them had been burned to a crisp on the campfire, and they had committed suicide to quiet their minds. Curseword alone understood what had happened. She saw the power of her words in a new light. Once again, ponies had fallen victim to her, and once again, she was riddled with guilt. It seemed the only way that the power manifested itself was when she spoke the words with the malicious intent. Realizing this, she knew that she could no longer tell her stories or say her words to innocent victims. She had ruined so many lives with her power.
Oh, I get it. So it's all about the intent, the malicious intent. If it's not with malicious intent, then everything is fine. But because it's like with malicious intent, shit starts rolling downhill.
These ungrateful ponies, her beloved. She wanted to right the wrongs she had committed. She did not want any innocent blood on her hooves.
God, look at
Instead
this.
of returning home, she continued on the traveler trails. Yet this time, she wore a mask that she had fashioned for herself to hide her shame and identity.
What's that mask made out of?
She didn't want ponies to know who she was, especially considering what she planned to do. Curseword began to target particular ponies along her travels, one whose hooves were unclean and who were no strangers to the darkness within. Murderers, rapists, vile ponies that needed to be punished for their crimes but had slipped through the hooves of the law. She made it her business to find out about them, and then find them, and then tell them her stories. She told them
she's
twisted,
Batman.
gruesome tales of the most depraved acts that had ever been committed within Equestria. Tales of murder, revenge, blood, guts, and viscera. Those ponies would listen in awe as her voice enspelled them, mesmerized by Curseword and her storytelling ability, as she detailed twisted narratives that even she couldn't believe were coming from her mouth. She wanted to punish those ponies, and so, each time that she did this, the ponies she spoke to would befall a fate most fitting for their crimes. It was a dark justice for the pain that they had caused to others.
Gotta
It
even
slighted
the
burning
odds.
need inside of her to punish and slay with her tainted powers. Curseword felt a sense of accomplishment. She truly believed that her beloved would be proud of the good she was doing. She was ridding Equestria of all of its evils. She had to at least try to atone.
That's how it usually... That's how it usually...
Curseword began to notice a change with...
Grim, don't pay attention to my Nightbot. But that is... I love how, like, this story has turned into, like, okay, well, I've discovered that my words can actually do harm. So now I'm not going to say anything anymore. Okay, now my words can do harm. Maybe if I just, like, speak malice about characters that deserve it, like rapists and murderers and so on and so forth, maybe I could, like, fucking even the moral compass in my head and be like, okay, I can't be that bad if I'm just killing bad people that deserve it. And maybe, just maybe, my beloved will come back and she will see that I'm actually a good person and that I didn't want her to go away.
Within herself, with each pony she damned, her body began to reflect the nature of her stories.
Oh no.
Her flesh began to green, then rot, and then peel from her forelegs. Her horn gnarled.
Chat, listen to this background music right now. Is this Sweet Dreams by Marilyn Manson? Well, not by Marilyn Manson, but like the person who did it before Marilyn Manson.
Her horn gnarled and hollow.
Sweet dreams are made of these.
And most of all, her face beneath her mask changed until...
disagree?
Well, you see, after a time, she wasn't just wearing the mask to hide her identity. It has been said that Curseword didn't have any flesh or muscle underneath that mask. Only white bone and hollow crimson eyes. Others have said that the mask fused itself onto her skull, becoming her face in place of her old one. No one knows for certain, for no one ever saw her without the mask anymore. Curseword had truly lost herself in her stories. Her sole intent for starting her quest had been to find her beloved, but it had somehow degraded into something much darker. She became worried that if her beloved was indeed alive, and if they did ever meet each other again, that her beloved would not recognize the monster that Curseword had become.
Oh, that's
Word of her
unfortunate.
began to spread, and soon she was feared by all travelers of Equestria, both good and bad. They warned each other to be leery of the tales of the lost narrator, a mare in a mask who would damn you for not enjoying her stories of death and despair. Their tales weren't all true, but that hardly mattered. She ceased to be a mere pony. She had become a legend. And as years went on, the story was passed down from generation to generation. Curseword endured, perhaps made immortal by her strange power, perhaps merely immortalized by her fame. Yet you can see why ponies today still think that this story of the lost narrator is just an old pony tale. She is a narrator of stories, and those who hear them are lost. Or maybe she narrates stories because she herself is lost. Hardly any pony remembers Curseword, the odd, lonely pony who left her hometown and never came back. Curseword was just a footnote in history. The lost narrator became a piece of history, and myth, and lore. The legend of her is so old that now she certainly can't be alive, especially in a time of such great harmony. Besides, Princess Celestia would have received knowledge of her ruinous power by now and done something to stop her, right? The Lost Narrator is just a story to scare foals into listening to their parents, and to warn travelers not to let strangers into their campsites when they travel.
So like a boogeyman.
She is a something, not a some pony. She's just fear and regret and dark bitterness masquerading as a do-gooding incarnate. She is a lost soul. But still, her fate is nothing compared to the loss of a beloved.
Don't laugh at me. Don't you hit me with that laugh. Got like 5 more videos to get through and you hit me with a goddamn laugh? Artwork provided by Liftless Wolf. Liftless Wolf at DeviantArt.com. Alright. We got more to get through. We have to go a beloved's curse, which I have no idea what the fuck this is about. A beloved's curse. Is this gonna explain where she went? Probably. Alright. I'm ready. I'm ready. Hit me with it. You sure you'll be able to watch them all today? Yeah, I mean, I've done a longer stream. I've reacted to... It was something that Scribbler made, but it took me like 6 hours to react to all of it. It's somewhere in here. I forgot what it was, but I did react to it. At most, this will be like 4 hours.
This story of the lost narrator is just an old pony tale. The lost narrator became a piece of history and myth and lore. She is a narrator of stories, and those who hear them are lost. Or maybe she narrates stories because she herself is lost. Hardly any pony remembers Curse Word, the odd, lonely pony who left her hometown and never came back. She is a something, not a some pony.
Is this a recap? Are you recapping me right now?
She's just fear and regret and dark bitterness masquerading as a do-gooding incarnate. She is a lost soul.
Look at
But
this Pac-Man
still,
ass.
her fate is nothing compared to the loss of a beloved.
Oh, what is happening? This is the most production quality that Lost has ever put in any of her videos. Holy shit, what the hell?
Hey there. It's all right. No need to freak out. There you are. See? That wasn't too bad, was it? Ponies tend to hype up the transition all the time as this big, terrifying process, and really, it's more like, well, that. Don't worry, that strange, airy feeling will go away any second. And there we go. I see that look on your face. You don't know me, and, well, you're not really supposed to. I'll just get that out right off the bat. It's always the same questions, really. Where am I? Who are you? What was up with Miss Masky Pants and all of her evil rage?
Miss
Well, I'm
Masky
stopping this one
Pants?
before it happens and answering all of the questions so you don't have to pester me. Okay? My name is... Well, my name doesn't really matter, since no pony can remember it. I'm just gonna come right out and say it. I'm the pony that she referred to as Beloved. Now, that's not my actual name, but I think it's more of a nice term. It's better than my real name anyway.
It's a pet
did I
name.
not tell you? You're supposed to follow me, silly. Come on. I know the way. I've only walked it like 1,000,000 times. What's one more? And don't worry, I don't bite. I'm just...
Who the hell is she talking to? Is she talking to me, the audience, or is she talking to Lost herself?
that sort of in-between guide, I guess you could say. Things in the afterlife have to be all complicated. You can't just go from one place to the other. You have to journey there. It's strange, but it's true. One of the ponies who passed through here once called it purgatory. I like saying that. Purgatory.
Mag,
Sounds
come
kinda
on,
neat.
Mag.
Anyway, so yeah, I'm not an angel. Though I did pretend to be one a couple of times. I even tried the whole thee, thy, thou thing. But it kind of blew up in my face when I accidentally let out a not-so-angelic word.
Been hanging out with Lost too much.
So by this point you're thinking, well, I'm dead. And I'm following Curse Word's dead lover to wherever I'm supposed to go. This totally isn't weird at all. Since we have nothing but time up here, I guess it would probably be a good idea if I fill in the gaps.
Yes,
Some
please.
ponies like to hear the whole story. They said it makes their death seem more fulfilled, I guess. Like they're the only ones in on this big magical secret about where Curse Word's lover is, and they know things that she doesn't. Kinda takes the sting out of dying a little, don't you think? So... Once upon a time, a cute little filly was born, and a bunch of stuff happened. The end. Riveting, right? Alright. I'll tell you the real story. I just like to see ponies' faces after I hype it up, and then I give them that. I came from... You know what? It doesn't really matter where I came from. None of the other events, moments, compared to when I met Curse Word. It's probably the first and the only really true best moment in my past of any consequence. I ended up in that little town, homeless. Don't ask me why, and don't give me pity. I wasn't some kind of beggar pony. I just didn't have a literal home. I was a wanderer. This was the first place that I felt safe. That little town had some real potential to be a home if I could just manage to get some work there. I searched all over for some kind of job, but as usual, I found myself gravitating towards bookstores and libraries. Oh, didn't you see my cutie mark? Yeah, I guess I was something of a writer. Doubt you'd know many of my stories, though. Eventually, I found the library, and I met the paradox of a pony that was the librarian. She never had a kind word to say to me, nor did a kind deed, outside of hiring me that day. You know, I'm not even sure why she did it, though I suspect that she had some kind of intern that couldn't take her attitude and left in a huff before I showed up. Either way, she was a real pain. But I was happy enough just to have somewhere to belong. Then I saw her. I know, that sounds really cliche, but you're dead and I'm cursed, so if that's not cliche, I don't know what is.
Okay.
She was just so different from other ponies that I'd seen. I had some difficulties trusting ponies those days, but I felt myself gravitating towards this storyteller. I wish you could have seen the way those foals' eyes lit up when she brought to life the story she wove. It was like witnessing miniature fairy tales coming true right there in the comfort of the library.
I like this. I like this a lot. Like, this is like, she's telling, like, not the story from her perspective, but she's just telling us what it's like to be around curse word. And I think that's really cute. I think that's really, really sweet. I like this part of the story.
If I wasn't in love with this town before, I certainly was then. I honestly didn't plan on talking to her that day. I was a little too shy to do so. Actually, a lot of shy. I had a hard time back then talking to other ponies in the library, or even just any ponies in general. It was during that time that I tended to keep to myself more than anything, so when I caught her eyeing me from across the room as she was telling the story to the foals, you can imagine how nervous I was. Now that I think about it, I don't even remember the story she was telling at the time, but I do remember the look in her eyes. They were gentle, deep set. She would close her eyes and let the magic just engulf the foals as she brought the scene to life for them. And as their little hearts filled with magic, she opened her eyes and smiled back at me. It's funny because even now, just thinking about that, I still get the warm fuzzies. After she had finished her time with the foals, she trotted over. She wasn't afraid to introduce herself, and soon enough, she gave me the gossip about the boss I already hated. She was so charming, I guess is the word.
This
And
is
I was
so sweet.
frazzled. I wasn't used to some pony being kind right off the bat. Still, I know you can already tell that I'm a talker, so it didn't take long to pretty much get me to spill the important bullet points of my story. She didn't seem bored or deterred by it either, which for me was another odd thing. Before I ended up in that little town, I wasn't really allowed to talk so much, so it was nice.
Okay.
Have you ever heard that saying, mare friends move in on the second date?
Nope.
Well, I think we kind of started that one. She found out that I was staying in a not-so-great place. Won't go into details on that. And she opened her door. Just like that. She
Wait. Staring in a not-so-great place? Mag, where are your eyes drifting to right now?
insisted, since I didn't really have anywhere else to go. And I was a proper roommate. I did my share and more of the cleaning and the cooking, kind of hoping that would compensate for the quick move. And soon
I mean, I'm glad you like it, Wolfhead, but like, yeah, I do like it. I do love this like perspective switch. I think this is really, really cool. I mean, I'm glad that I forgot who it was in chat. I think it was Snick. Snick was like, actually, you're supposed to be dead, and now Mag is talking to you. And I was like, I would have never picked it up. I would have never picked that up, that I was supposed to be dead and now Mag is talking to me, because he's right. Like, Lost did tell me the story, so now I'm supposed to be dead. Something bad happened to me, and now Mag is supposed to be speaking to me.
enough,
In purgatory, so to speak.
it was as if we'd lived in that little house together all along, and we just didn't know it. It just came naturally, I guess. Did you know that I'm actually the first pony to figure out curse words, special talent? The real special talent?
What is a real
Maybe
special
it was my love
talent?
of puns that made me realize it's the words themselves that could curse. And I knew that because of her eyes. Now, before you go thinking she was always destined to ruin lives with that talent of hers, you should know. The talent was what made that town so perfect. Her power was good, and she used it for good. She just didn't know it existed, and I didn't want to upset the balance. She was kind of oblivious to things around her. Sometimes I swear she just thought she lived in this little bubble with her and I, and nothing else mattered, but I paid attention. There were little changes for other ponies here and there, or even changes to the town itself.
Okay.
And it was always just for the better. I saw her causing this, just by her mere words. If she said and willed it to be, it came true. And her eyes were the biggest indication that something awesome was about to happen. So knowing all of this, I didn't want to give her the weight of the responsibility of her own gift. I kind of took it upon myself instead. If there was something that needed a little love or happiness, I would just steer her in the right direction, and somehow her magic would just do the rest. Of course, living with her, I got to see firsthand how amazing that power was, but it wasn't the power that I loved. It was her.
Aww.
She had one of the kindest and most giving hearts of any pony in that town.
Aww.
And for some reason, she loved me. There was never a single doubt in my mind just how much Kirsty loved me. She really did mean it when she said with her whole heart. To be honest, I still wonder to this day what a mare like her even saw in me. So far, everything's all happy, bright, and cheerful, isn't it? Well, you're dead, so I didn't want the first thing you heard to be dark and depressing. I guess, though, this is the part of the story that gets a little on the plot twist side.
Okay.
I mean, nothing in life is perfect, so there has to be a catch-22 somewhere. It's not like Curse could just keep everything perfect forever. That's not how life works. This life we had built, and this town that was a slice of heaven was suddenly tainted. It was stained, like when you drop an inkwell on your coat. Kirsty's coat was darker than mine, so it wouldn't be as obvious, but when I would drop just even the tiniest bit of ink on my pink coat, well, it wouldn't come out for weeks. It was kind of the same thing. I had finally found a place to call my own. It was mine, and she showed up. Just another one of the mothers dropping her full off for one of the famous storytellings at the library.
Okay.
She didn't even see me, nor did she see the pile of books that suddenly dropped along with my stomach. I wanted to run. I didn't want to be there anymore. I could feel my heart wanting to jump into my throat, and that moment... I had just found this place, and now I felt like I needed to flee from it. But I couldn't leave Curse. So I did the only other thing a logical and rational-minded mare would do. I stalked her home to see where she lived. And there it was. The perfect little house on the perfect little lane, so perfectly placed in the heart of her perfect little world.
Oh, she's
A pretty
upset.
little garden with perfect rows of flowers out front, and white painted shutters that perfectly matched the cream color of her house. It was so perfectly sickening. And fate loves to deal all the perfect little cards at once, right? I just happened to see her new little house stallion greet her out front with nothing but smiles. Smiles. I don't even know how she scored a stallion like that. She had once told me she would never be with a stallion in all of her life. So for her, this... Oh, you don't know what house stallion means, do you?
No.
It's not really a familiar term, I know, but trust me, if there was a working pony in that household, it would be her. For his sake, I prayed he could at least cook. I remember getting home that night and just how agitated and closed off I was from Curse. She couldn't figure out what was wrong with me, and it really took a toll on her. I kept trying to convince her that I was alright, and trying to force my brain to move on, but it just wouldn't. I thought I'd been healing, moving forward, that I was past all of this, but I wasn't. The thought of her just breathing the same air as me in that town made my stomach clench. I was running and hiding. I had done everything in my power to get away from that mare. And now that I'd been found, in a sense, all those fears just came crawling back like those black ink stains that never really fade away. I wanted that town to just be mine and Curse's. I didn't need her there, spreading like some black, cancerous being that I could never escape from. That night, Curse insisted on helping in some way. She hated seeing me so distraught and unnerved. It didn't help that I closed myself off to her about what was really wrong. I just kept repeating myself to her. There was nothing she could do. But even in saying that, she said she'd figure out a way. If that mare could move mountains for me, she would have. But in that moment, I realized there kind of was a way that she could help. You see, Curse's magic wasn't always for good. Well, obviously.
Yeah, no shit.
Her moods often reflected mine. If I'd had a horrible nightmare or something and I closed myself off to her, it would dishearten her. My moods always seemed to spread onto her, no matter how hard I tried to keep her away from my thoughts and emotions. This would usually leave her in a pretty sour mood. The first time I can remember it actually happening, she was trying to cross the road towards the library, and this wagon ran past us, nearly trampling her and I both. I remember she screamed at the stallion pulling the wagon. "You almost hit us, you prick! I hope you crash that thing!" I do a pretty good curse word impression, don't you think? It was then that her eyes did that shimmer thing, and I knew that this meant trouble.
Oh no.
I don't think the stallion heard her over the rumble of his wheels, but once Curse was in the library, the wagon actually did crash.
I was just about to say, like, the fucking wagon goes around the corner, but they hit the corner too sharp and they just go tumbling into a fucking ditch or something.
Watched it go straight into a ravine. Poor Stallion's possessions were scattered to the wind. He was okay, but I was shocked, to say the least. But it didn't take long for the shock to wear off before I realized this might be the thing I need to finally move on with my life.
Oh, come on.
Curse's power. I could use it to shatter her perfect little world. I could be free from all those sleepless nights trying to forget a past that continued to creep into my mind. I could actually move on, be a functioning mare.
If you do this, you won't stop the thoughts. That's not how that happens.
Be a better mare friend for Curse.
Oh my god.
I wanted that more than anything. It'd have to be clever, though. Something she couldn't trace back to me, if or when she ever did see me. Trust me, I was an expert at hide and don't seek. I fought long and hard for a way to ruin her, but it wasn't until I watched her drop off her foal that it finally hit me like a brick wall. Her colt. He was just like all the other foals enchanted by my Cursey stories. He'd do anything to impress her. And I would do anything to ruin his mother's life. See, Curse was in one of those moods again, and I kind of waited until she was. The night before, I lied to her. I woke up in the middle of the night claiming to have another nightmare, and she, of course, wanted to stay up with me and try to help. I purposely closed myself off to her so that it would upset her. I know that sounds terrible, but
it's a little manipulative. I'm just gonna not gonna lie. That's a little manipulative. As a unprofessional relationship counselor, I just want to say it's a little manipulative. I just want to get that across.
She was already kind of up in hooves over the fact that one of her foal's parents had complained. One of the recent stories she told was a bit too dark for their liking. She was so excited about the stories I had written, I think she might have accidentally taken some influence from them unintentionally. If there was one thing Curse Word couldn't stand, though, it was being told that a story was bad and being told what to tell next. So I may have suggested to that little colt that he insist on a new story for her to tell. It just kind of worked to my benefit that he didn't like the ones she was telling at the time anyway.
No.
And I also may have told him to use colorful language that he'd heard her use a few times when she thought she was out of earshot.
She's the fucking arbitrator. She set the wheels in motion. For the fun. Oh my god, it always comes back around. Oh my god, because I was like, the kid is there, and he's yelling cunt and curse word, and I'm just like, oh, it's because maybe curse word said cunt, and she didn't realize that she was around impressionable children, so now they're gonna say cunt. But now I'm listening to Mag, and Mag pulled him aside and was like, yo, you know what you should do? You should say the story is bad and use colorful language. What the fuck?
I mean, come on. Her name is curse word. To some degree, I thought she might get a good laugh out of that on a good day. But this wasn't a good day. So instead, she snapped.
Oh, did she?
The way she glared at that little colt. Her eyes have never been that bright before.
Oh, really? I didn't notice.
Glowed fiery red, so much that the little colt could have just burst into flames at that moment. I'd never seen her that angry before. I know Curse. Even though she threatened him with his mother and soap, she would have ripped into that child. But it was all worth it to me at the time. I didn't care. I wanted to ensure that I got results. Later that night, I made Curse dinner, and I tried my best to comfort her, but it was kind of hard to do based on the fact that I was over the moon. It was just a matter of time now. I could imagine the next day hearing from the locals that the little colt had broken his foreleg or something. Anything to shatter that perfect little world of hers. I wanted to relish in her agony.
Mag, this is not how you go about it.
That night, I was pretending to be sleeping. I finally heard the scream, the one that I had been waiting to hear since I planned this. I'd never felt so much satisfaction and relief all at once. I heard her panicked, terrified wails echo through the town, and for once, she was the one who was hurt. She was the one who was crying and distraught. She was the one who was ruined. But then I heard that little colt scream. It hit me. His high, piercing screams, I still can't seem to forget to this day. Why was he screaming? What exactly had Curse's power done? Something.
This is what you get for messing with powers you don't understand.
I'd have given anything to take it back.
Oh my
Curse
god.
was the one shaking me awake to see if I'd heard it. She insisted something was wrong and that we needed to follow the screams. I raced with her through the town to see what had become of the poor thing, and... well, this part you know. I couldn't bring myself to go upstairs with her to see what had happened. I could hear curse words screaming, demanding to know why. It was then that I heard a thud and a crash. I remember how silent everything was after that. Deafening, and it lingered over that whole night. Curse slowly came back down as we waited outside for the authorities and the other town's ponies. She told me that she had punched the mare upstairs and knocked her out. If I had known it was that easy, I would have just told her everything from the beginning. I still remember the look on her face. She blamed herself for this. All of it. Things got worse from there.
Oh, did they?
I receded, punishing myself in silence for the horrendous act that I had created.
I'm so upset. I'm so
fault,
mad.
I couldn't bring myself to tell Curse. I couldn't tell any pony what I'd done. If I did, Curse would have been at fault as well, and I didn't want to ruin what little we did have left of this perfect life. Yes, she was now being punished for murdering her own foal, but at what cost? Not only did I end a precious, innocent life, but now Curse, she'd been tainted. Not to mention she was aware of it now, her power, and became obsessed with it. All that time I tried to keep the burden from her shoulders was for nothing, and no matter what I tried, she wouldn't let it go. She just kept going on and on and on about it. It was cute that she thought I had no clue. I'd known about it all along. There were so many secrets between the two of us. It seemed so perfect on the outside, but deep down we held on to these stupid secrets because we thought it would hurt one another if we knew the truth.
You gave her
When
the
you
gun.
have time,
Yeah, that
like
is true.
me, to think things over, eventually everything seems to become crystal clear. The night when it happened, I remember that probably clearer than anything else. It was our anniversary. We always celebrated it. It meant so much to her too, considering how she was with me. She never, and I mean never, forgot about that. How could she? It was silly for me to get so upset about that. And at that point, she had just reached her limit. She wasn't taking care of herself, and she was so paranoid about everything she did. She closed herself off, and I just couldn't sit there and take it anymore. I mean, I worked so hard that night to try and cheer her up. But when she showed up at the door with nothing except a dumbfounded look on her face, I just lost it. I got so frustrated and angry. But when I really think about it, I wasn't angry at her for forgetting the anniversary. I was angry at myself. I had caused this. I had caused her to turn into this shell of a pony. So I lashed out at her, and I didn't hold back. I had just had enough of everything. But so had she. I hated the fact that she found out about that power. And I hated that she had come to this town. Of all the towns. I hated the fact that I dwelled on something so horrible that I couldn't even realize I had something amazing in front of me. I had become consumed by it.
You know what they
Just
say?
stood there.
You know what they say? They always say hindsight is 20/20. It's always after you do the terrible thing that you realize, oh wait, that thing I did was terrible.
I could see her wincing. At my
Always
words.
after, never
They
before.
stung. She tried her best not to raise her voice at me, but every pony has their limits. It wasn't until I accused her of not truly loving me that I really, really hurt her. It's such a silly thing to even think about. I mean, she's still searching for me after all these years. I was just running high on emotions, and let's be honest, I wasn't thinking. It was then that Curse shouted back at me, and those eyes of hers, those crimson eyes just glimmered, and I stared unblinking. It was in that exact moment that I knew what she had done. They shimmered so intensely, far more than any other time I had seen. And when she stormed off upstairs, that's when everything began to fade to black. That murky black ink began to spread everywhere. I was screaming, yelling for her to come back, but it was already too late. And you know, it was my own fault too. Everything that happened up to that point was on my shoulders, and it was my weight to carry. I had destroyed anything left when I used her for the sake of my own petty revenge. All in all, it was a fair punishment for the crime I committed. I was convinced that this was, well, you know, the place you go in the downward direction.
The upside down,
The
yeah,
thing
we
is,
all know of
I
it.
could still see her sometimes. I know that sounds crazy, but it's true. The murkiness occasionally fades away, and I can see her. I thought it was the murkiness just fooling me, like tempting me with something I can't have, but it really was her. She looked so miserable. I watched her as she changed into that bitter, hollowed thing that you saw earlier. She can't see me. She can't hear me either, despite how much I've tried calling out to her. I've watched her this whole time. The times she's traveled trying to find me, the moments she thought she was genuinely alone, crying to herself about how she ruined me. Us. This was the worst torture of all, watching her fall further and further away from what she was because of me. If
Sounds
only
like it, yeah.
I could just tell her that I'm right here. I haven't left her side this whole time. Well, with the exceptions of guiding you ponies to the other side, but she doesn't get it. I'm still here. I'm always going to be here. What I wouldn't give to just say that I'm sorry and that I still love her. And yes, even with her looking like that, I don't care. She'll always be my Kersey. It was around the time when she really started lashing out at other ponies that they started showing up here. You know, the dead ones.
Yeah.
For a second, I honestly thought that I was dead, but it wasn't until I tried to follow one of them to the other side that I realized I'm just stuck. I can't go anywhere. I'm always here, waiting for something to change.
So it is like a real life purgatory.
Something on her end, or maybe there's something on mine. Either way, I'm not able to leave this black murkiness. But you know what? Being a downer doesn't get a pony anywhere. So I have to believe that there's a way for me to get out somehow. I guess you could say I still have some kind of hope. Not much of it, mind you. But still. And it was apparent very quickly that this place doesn't work the same as Equestria. Time doesn't mean anything here. I met pony number 711, and he was born 300 years apart from you, number 712. Oh, don't bother me with your name. I won't remember it anyway. Still, I did get to see Curse's regression on a fairly time-correct scale, and it broke my heart every time. She's become this broken husk of what she was, wearing that stupid mask and just hurting all of those ponies. Part of me even wonders if she feels remorse anymore, like she's been consumed with sorrow. I don't think she knows right from wrong, or even cares. I knew there was no going back when she killed that first group of travelers. All she wanted to do was relive those good years, but of course they weren't going to have any of that. You know, she doesn't even try to tell them stories like that anymore. The nice ones of memories of her and I. It's always just grim and death now. I miss the stories brought to life. Not just by magic with her horn, but by the magic inside all of us.
I'm imagining like Lost, the curse word, walking on the trail, and then she sees like another group of travelers, and then she pokes her head out of a bush and she's like, "Have you ever heard of the cursed fanfic?" And they're like, "No, stay away!"
I hope that anything is possible. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I'm trying to right that wrong. You're dead. She killed you with her own words, and that's why I'm here. To help you poor ponies get somewhere where these stories can't hurt you anymore. Well, here's our stop. See? I've got this thing timed out perfectly for our little journey here. I hope that answered a few of your questions, though I'm sure you have hundreds more.
I do.
And I want you to know that I am sorry. Sorry that you had to cross over to this. Sorry that you had to hear one of the twisted tales I wrote those many years ago. And sorry that, well, that I lied. Oh, I wasn't lying about my story. It would kind of be difficult to lie about all of that. It's true. But remember that light that you were headed towards earlier?
Oh no, what is this?
Well, I couldn't have you wandering off towards it. You're far too important to me for that. Besides, ponies who end up here always seem to love hearing stories. What better way to get you to follow me than with a story? You have been a very good listener, pony number 712.
I'm pony number 712?
The whole way. They leave and they follow that light in the middle. So rude. But not you. No, you stayed and you listened, and now you're here. Oh, you should know, I've kind of made a little bit of a deal that I have to hold up my end of the bargain.
Oh, what have you done to me?
The more souls I get, the happier he is.
Who's
he? The happier
he?
he is, the sooner I can get back to be with my beloved again.
What the fuck?
I need to break this curse so that I can fix everything. You know, he even said if I get a few more, I might be able to completely revert her back. So, if anything, your death wasn't in vain. At least you got to hear a story again before the end. Who doesn't love a good story? So, I am sorry, but I guess I always like the grim and gory stories more for a reason.
Oh, that's ominous. That's really fucking ominous.
Blood and viscera. That was all that was left around the single mare that stood in the middle of the campsite.
Oh, first of all, hi, Goody. But what the hell, kinda? Where am I? She manipulated you. Yeah, I got that. But like, who's he? Who is him? Don't answer that. I'm pretty sure I'll figure it out at some point. But
Her head hung low as she trembled silently. The only movement within sight came from the fiery embers that dimly lit the surroundings. Broken bodies had created a bloodbath, staining the ground with their tattered remains. The stench of gore filled her nostrils as she took slow, steady breaths. She lifted her head slightly, watching the fire intently with her glowing, crimson eyes. They did not move or waver from the dancing flame as they shone through the tattered leather mask that remained on her face. That mask, old, bloody, ruined, just like her. Those
literally, like, Goody is making Law sound like the antagonist from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. She's wearing a face that's not her own face, but the face of another. I'm like, what the hell? Okay.
simple thoughts ran through her mind as she shut her eyes, listening to the howling of the night. Her weathered, torn cloak flailed about, the wind rushing around her. She slowly lifted her forehoof to her muzzle, dragging it along the end of the worn leather. The stitching held together the opening of where her mouth would be, sealing it completely. She wondered how ponies could hear her words through such a mask. Things like that didn't matter anymore. Nothing did. All that mattered was that she was alone. Nothing would undo what she had done. She knew that too much time had passed for any form of redemption. She was a damned soul. When she gradually opened her eyes, she had been given a new clarity of the world. No longer was it shrouded in darkness, nor did she have a limited point of view. She glanced down and realized something was in her hoof. That wretched piece of cloth laid in the center of her hoof. Empty eye sockets staring back at her as she regarded it, dumbfounded. She took her forehoof and ran it along her bare muzzle. She could feel the wind brushing gently over her cheeks.
Wait a minute. She got her face back? She got her face. I was the soul that Mag had to bargain with for her to get her goddamn face back?
As tears began to fall from her yellow, crimson eyes.
Also, Lost, where the hell are you? What did you do?
As she began to sob harder, a ghostly figure of a pink mare stood before her, a sad expression upon her face.
Oh, this ought to be sweet.
Soon, Kersey. I will find you. I promise.
The mare whispered to herself as she watched her beloved shout to the heavens, demanding an answer as to where her magpie was.
Where is she? Where is
Oh God, don't hit me with that. The mask is a mask. I thought they were like, oh, she's been wearing the mask for so long that like she's become a skeleton up under the mask. Like she lost all her facial features and then the mask just became her face. Or am I remembering that incorrectly? Very special thanks to my patrons. The patron number has fucking jumped. Holy shit. They're just rolling in. Keep telling us stories, Lost. The Wasteland, Brony. It's dangerously close to my name. Might have to sue you for that. Might have to take you to court for that. Alright, what else we got? We got Stained Memories. Alright, let's get this over with. The Lost Narrator. How do you make an intro like that? What's happening?
Oh, hi. I'm here to pick up my order. Don't you remember me? I came in about a month ago to order.
I love this drawing of Mag. It's so good. That was the legend part. No one knows about what really was behind there. Okay. So I was too caught up in the myth part of curse word. Okay. Oh, so that's what the other ponies see her as. So her as being a... Okay. So that was just a moment where she just took off the mask and she just started looking at it crying. She was just like, what? She just had her, like, what have I become moment. Like, that's what that was.
Order that custom-made quill and scroll set. The one with the ebony inlays with the box set. Yes, I wanted that one.
I love this picture of Mag,
I know
by
that
the
it
way.
would have taken you a while to make it, but it's Hearts and Hooves Day. Oh, you need a little bit longer? Well, I guess I can wait. Though, please do try to hurry up.
Please
do
hurry.
Well, she's
No.
still at work. I wanted to surprise her with this set. You know, since it's such a special day, everybody makes such a big deal out of today, but really, isn't every day supposed to be like that? She works so hard for us. Long, hard days at work. She's been stressed and a bit out of it. I just thought for once I wanted to spoil her. I mean, she does take care of me. She's done so much for me. I can't seem to keep track of it all. I was finally able to focus on my writing because of her, live out my dream, and she really is my whole world, and I'm her little bird. Well, that's what she calls me anyway. I wouldn't be where I am now if not for her. I had set a little aside for a rainy day. Well, a lot aside. I was planning a trip, but I decided I would just do this instead. She doesn't even know that I'm gonna surprise her with this. I had just promised a nice meal, you know, quiet, quaint dinner with candles and stuff for Hearts and Hooves Day.
Oh.
But this, I'm so excited. I cannot wait to see the look on her face when she sees this. She's going to be over the moon about it. I just know it. I mean, who wouldn't love a set like this, right? Right. This is going to be perfect. Oh, yes, thank you. This looks just exquisite. She is going to love this. Thank you so much for finishing this.
Okay, I hope this is wholesome. This starts off so wholesome, and I hope it remains that way, but I probably won't get what I want. Because I never get what I want whenever I watch Grimdarks. I just want everybody to be okay at the end, but I never get that ending now, do I, Scribbler-in-laws?
Oh, you're home early. I didn't think you would be home this soon. I still had a lot to finish up, like cooking.
What the fuck is
That's
this?
your Hearts and Hooves Day present. I wanted to get you something, you know, nice. I had some extra funds stored away, and I just wanted to surprise you with...
Lost, you have to enunciate.
No, I wasn't hiding it from you. I just had it stored for... I just wanted to get you a new quill and scroll set. You've used that other one for so long, it looked worn down. I just thought... No, I wasn't thinking. I should have told you about the money. I'm sorry, Ink. I didn't mean to upset you. I wanted to do something special for you.
Well, your fault for seeking good things at the end of Grimdarks. Yeah, I should know by now that if I'm watching a Grimdark, by the end of it, I'm either going to cry or I'm going to leave a hollow, emotional husk of a man.
Ink, please. I didn't mean to make you mad. It was just
And who the fuck is Ink? That's not curse word. Who the fuck is Ink? Was this the person before curse word?
a gift. Ink, what are you doing? No, put that down.
Oh, God.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to use my magic here. I know you said never to use it. I just...
Oh, God, no, Mag.
I'm sorry, please, Ink. I was just trying to make it a special holiday. I promise I'll never do it again.
Who the fuck is this? Who are you?
Stop, please.
Ink, the name of curse word. I guess? What? No. That's not curse word. That's somebody else.
No, Ink, stop.
No, don't tell me, Grim. I'll figure it out. Everything will get explained in due time.
Please, no. Stop.
Mag?
No, Ink, please stop.
Baby, come on.
Wait.
Mag, come on, wake up.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, love. Was it another nightmare?
Yeah, it was.
Come here.
Who the fuck is
Well,
Ink?
guess what? I'm here. And I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, you are here, huh?
I mean, where else would I be? But you were talking in your sleep this time, though.
Who the fuck is
Oh.
Ink?
What was I saying?
Who?
Something about ink dye.
Who?
That
Wait, no, shut
you
up.
wanted it to stop.
No, shut up. Everybody
So,
shut up.
Who or what is ink dye?
Yeah, who's Ink
It's
dye?
no pony.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Hey, you're lying. You're hiding something.
All right. Well, how about we try to get some sleep, okay? I've got something big planned for tomorrow, considering it's Hearts and Hooves Day.
Oh, do you now?
Yeah, it's really, really special. I've been planning it for a few months.
Well, I bet it won't beat mine. Please, my present is so much better than yours.
I'd like to think I could top yours.
Oh yeah, you want to bet?
The two mares began to giggle and talk amongst themselves as their conversation became nothing more than a mere memory to the lone mare standing in the murky darkness. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears.
I love the
as
piano
she
behind
remembered
this.
that night, those nightmares. No matter how much she tried, she could never escape those horrors. A haunting echo of a past life she wanted to forget. But there was a silver lining to it. She would always wake up next to curse word, and those illusions would fade to the back of her mind as curse would comfort and console her, at least until the next night, where it would happen again. Many restless nights would repeat over and over, but each time, curse would always be there next to her, ready to fight off any nightmares that would occur, holding her tight to remind her she was safe. How long had it been since Magpie had been able to even touch her love? She tried not to mentally grasp the literal time frame as she sighed, sitting down in the darkness. There wasn't much to do here. Well, except for guiding those damned souls. But in this moment, all she wanted to do was reminisce of a long, isolated past that seemed almost unreal.
Okay.
There was no going back to a time where her only worry were those nightmares. A faint light began to bleed into the blackness. She glanced up, having to shield her eyes adjusting to the brightness. It was there, within the flood of light, that her heart began to flutter, knowing the chance she was given again. The dark began to dissipate more and more, allowing Magpie to see the scene before her. Within the moonlight,
Hey, Lost.
Curseword stood,
Hey, Curse.
draped in
Word.
the same tattered cloak Magpie had seen her wear for so many years now. A shadow downcast upon her face as she stared out into the distance, those crimson red eyes glistening from under her hood. Her eyes narrowed as she walked forward slowly, From the limited view of the surroundings, Magpie couldn't make out where exactly Curse was. This did not look familiar to the traveler trails she had watched Curse journey down before. It was then that Magpie saw it. A town. That was where Curse was approaching. Strewn about this little town were red balloons and hearts. Though the town was bathed only in moonlight, their presence was a stark reminder of the day to come. Magpie stood helplessly as her Valentine glowered at the symbols of love, with nothing but bitterness left in her heart.
And the Patreon list just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. So, she's in Ponyville. It seems as if though she is in Ponyville. At least it looks like Ponyville to me. A story written with ink. Okay. Who the fuck is... That's not Lost. Chat? No. Everyone shut up. That is not curse word. A story written with ink, a picture frame with Magpie and some other douchebag that we don't know? Excuse me. Sir. You want to explain yourself? I don't even know who I'm yelling at right now. Let's get this show on the road. Okay, so I assume every intro is different. That's how long these are. That's how far apart these are in length and in like production time. But like, everyone shut up. I'm gonna figure out who Inkwell is. Already starting this off on an uncomfortable note. I don't like the children crying. Just gotta say right off the bat.
Data log, Sunday, February 18th, 1 year after incident.
What the hell kind of fucking Mass Effect bullshit is this? You show me a cell with 2 guard ponies standing next to it, and Goody is talking into it. Alright, let me just stop asking questions.
Subject number 0718 has failed to complete rehabilitation efforts. Experimental magical procedures recommended for continued observation and testing. 0718 will undergo extensive magically induced cerebral probe at the request of the warden. Desired results, a true and personal account of the events of the previous year. Possible side effects include memory damage, extreme emotional distress, paranoia, delusion, hallucinations, mental confusion, and increased risk to herself and others. All possible side effects have been taken into consideration. The procedure will commence on schedule.
What is happening? Hey Wolf, can I answer your questions? No.
Screaming. Sweet Celestia, I
Oh my god, what the
cannot
hell?
stand screaming. At least not when it's obnoxious, nasty little fools who don't understand the concept of respect and knowing one's place. That little brat. He knew exactly how to get under my skin. The never-ending complaining and incessant crying. His perpetual objections to just the simplest of chores, responsibilities, or anything of that matter grated on my nerves.
Just a kid,
It's
dude.
no wonder his mother left him, and his father. No mare would have enough patience to handle this tiny...
Bro, let Grimm explain the lore. I want him to explain the lore, but I also want to see if I can figure it out myself, and then I will let Grimm explain the lore. Because, like, the way my brain works is, like, I'm going to get some things wrong, and that's where I expect Grimm to come in and fill in the plot holes, or fill in the parts where I got wrong. So, that's what I'm going for.
Insignificant urchin. Looking back, I really should have been a little more selective when it came to stallions and their children. Granted, I needed a stallion who was moldable, one who would bend over backwards to please me.
Don't pay attention to my nightbot.
Bull. That damn colt. He was a daddy's
gotta
bull
fix
before I
that.
entered the picture, and convincing him would be near impossible. This child was just incorrigible. The overcompensation of a single parent can ruin even the best of children. Even with this spineless stallion and his insufferable hellspawn of a child, I still found them usable. They were only just a means to an end. Playing this little role of family, blending myself into this little backwater town, just to finally find her. My little bird. I was so devastated when she left me. Waking up in the middle of the night, her side of the bed completely bare of her presence. My patience running extremely thin as I searched endlessly for her. I would search for her until my hooves were nothing more than bloody, pulpy stumps, until I found the selfish whore.
Oh
If she
God,
hadn't
that took a
forced me
leap.
to track her down, I wouldn't be in this situation. I mean, really? A stallion? The very thought is laughable to even the most seasoned of filly foolers. No stallion would ever be able to tame me. But I needed time. With this shattered shambles of a family, I could have all the time in the world. I could play this card of the perfect little house mare for as long as it took. All that mattered to me was how I can make my little bird fly back to the nest and ensure that she never leaves again.
Is this ink?
We
That's
all
what I'm
know
trying
that
to figure
stallion
out.
and a
Oh
foal
no,
is
it's
the
not.
only logical path. It's the only way a mare can be taken seriously these days, especially being so
I love how like I thought it was ink and Snick thought it was ink and then Grim was like, no, it's not ink.
It's sad too, considering the drop in quality of life here. How in Equestria could you even think this was a suitable living situation? The simpleton common life was a miserable affront to everything we had back in Canterlot. How could she even want this life? No pony knew who she was here. In Canterlot, she at least had her status as my wife. All she had to do was remain at home, write her meager, meaningless stories, and just be my wife. All the while, I worked endlessly for us at the ink manufacturing site. It was as though she had forgotten who I was. I am ink dye, and it is my royal duty to produce the ink for the equestrian royalty.
This is ink dye.
Producing the magically laced ink is no simple feat, especially for an earth pony such as myself. So for her to completely disregard all of my hard work, the notion itself is just insulting to everything we've built together. It's alright though. I am a forgiving and graceful mare. She should be grateful that some pony like myself would even want to love her. Regardless, if it wasn't for the...
Just gonna say this once. Don't like this character. This character has some bit of a narcissist. This character is a bit of a narcissist. I don't think I can vibe right with this character. Any character that's like, you are lucky to be with me is like, gonna give you a little bit of a thumbs down. I'm sorry.
That I was trying to take back what was rightfully mine. This town would know exactly who I was. But I have to keep the stallion under hoof. And thus far, it has proven easy. He's a deluded fool. But his colt, he's a completely different story. Half the time, I've had to cater to him just to get him to go to bed at night. And this particular night was no exception. A soothing, straightforward bath was all I had to do to complete tonight, while his father was out having a stallion's night out with his friends. It would have been perfect, too. The bane of my existence would have slept while I worked, and his father would be none the wiser. But no, bath time was relatively on par with pulling his teeth. I grabbed the end bit of his tail with my mouth and yanked it as hard as I could towards the bathroom. quit your thrashing. Do you have to make every breath a struggle?
I want a story!
I yanked harder, biting down even tighter. It's past your bedtime. Stop pestering and let's just get this over with.
I want a story!
Finally reaching the edge of the tub, I jerked back, flinging his slim body into the water. The splashback hit me in the face. I could hear him chuckling as he caught a glimpse of the look on my face. As much as I would have loved to take my hoof to him, the short time I had with my little bird taught me how long lighter coats stain with blood and bruises. Patience, Inc. Remember why you are here. Remember that he is beneath you. They all are. I took a deep breath, trying to compose myself. Will you
They all are beneath you. You are 10 years old.
stop fighting me if I tell you a story? The Colt looked up at me, his eyes brightly lit in the dim light of the bathroom. The eager naivety of a child. It's enough to make any respectable pony gag in disdain. He nodded fervently, finally settling into the water. I begrudgingly grabbed the shampoo bottle and poured a generous amount onto the child's head. Using my hooves, I began to work the goop into his mane, craving a bubbly froth atop his head. I cleared my throat, irritated by the very thought of having to indulge this wretched child, and began. Once upon a time, there was a little pink bird.
Okay.
Now,
I guess this is
little
about a bird
had
now?
no one to love it. Who could ever love a pink little bird who was so different from the other birds around her?
What the fuck? No, man, because that bird is pink and different, that bird will get all the love in the world. Shut the hell up.
She wasn't loved because she was pink.
It was because she stuck out like a sore hoof. All the other birds...
Oh, because she was different. Oh, why can't you be the same? Why can't you be like us? Why can't you just fall in line? Why can't you just fall into place?
plain boring feathers and simple looking beaks. Her bright colors made her such an easy target, especially when she lived with her family in the City of Clouds. A pink bird against the white and blue sky? It was no wonder why no bird liked her. Unable to really belong with the other birds in the clouds, she decided that she was finally going to leave her home in the sky, since it was no place for a bird such as herself. However, she had nowhere to go.
This pink bird doesn't sound too smart.
Oh, she wasn't. She
I
was
love
quite
Pitch's
stupid,
voice, dude.
frankly, leaving her family with nothing to her name, alone and miserable. That was until she met a kind, noble gray jay bird, who took pity on the pink little bird.
Gray jay. There are birds called gray jays. Nope, I don't believe you.
Yes, gray jays do exist. You're the one who wanted this story.
Pitch is like, this story is a 0 out of 10.
settled
Totally
back
break
then.
my immersion.
This gray jay took the little pink bird in and gave her everything she could ever want.
They fell in love?
A future, and even love. The one thing she never really had, even from her own family. The gray jay gave, and gave, and gave, and never once asked for much in return, except for a little pink bird to follow a few simple rules. It seemed easy enough, but do you know what that little pink bird did?
No.
She broke those rules. She broke the rules all the time just to spite the gray jay. She even rejected the gray jay's love, even after the gray jay had given up everything just for her. It was then that the gray jay realized the true colors of that little pink bird. She was an atrocious shade of red, black, and blue. Spoiled, ungrateful, and selfish to the core. She had the audacity to blame the gray jay for trying to give them a better life. But you see, that little pink bird didn't understand how the world really worked. It doesn't matter.
Just because you give everything to somebody doesn't mean you're entitled to receive anything else in return. I'm just saying.
How hardworking you are. Everything can come crumbling down at a moment's notice. especially when the little pink bird was just so different compared to everyone else. That's why the Grey Jay had to be harsh to the pink bird. It was to make her a much better bird than she could ever be.
I had to hurt you to make you
Finally
stronger.
Understand how much hard work and love the Grey Jay had for her little pink bird.
I don't like this story. I don't like it.
However, one day when the Grey Jay came home from a long, tiring day at work, she didn't find the little pink bird in their nest. She looked everywhere for her. Other birds nested in nearby trees and almost the entirety of the forest. She searched high and low for her little bird, but it wasn't until the Grey Jay stumbled upon a dingy, dirty, decrepit town that only uncouth, crass, horrible pony... I mean birds lived. That
Sounds
she
like you're
found the
harboring
little
some
pink
hate.
bird, her little pink bird, nesting with another bird without a single ounce of remorse for what she had done.
Well, this is the least surprising outcome of him being like, why don't you love me? I've given you everything. It's like, yeah, no shit, this is gonna happen.
Oh, you're hurting me.
All of the potential that the Grey Jay
Oh
had,
god,
that pink little bird
Kate Bug has Pitch under scratching the soap into his head, but now she's like, zhush, zhush. The story is making her so freaking mad.
had shared it with this ugly, boring, blood-red bird. It made a complete mockery of everything the Grey Jay had worked for, and it made her very, very, very mad. So much that the Grey Jay had decided she needed to get the little pink bird back. It was only fair that the Grey Jay gave so much of herself. The little pink bird owed the Grey Jay. Magpie belonged to...
Magpie?
The little pink bird belonged with the Grey Jay. Everything would be right in the world if the little tiny bird could just learn her lesson. It's what's fair. It's what's right.
Stop it. Oh, you suck at telling stories.
The kid cried, splashing me with soapy water so violently it soaked my coat. I could feel the corner of my mouth curl up. I wanted to retaliate, show this tiny affliction his place. My patience was beginning to wane. I was about to retort my disdain at his ungratefulness when he continued.
Why can't you just tell a good story? Curseword's crappy story from today was better than this shit.
That moment. That little beast of a bird wouldn't stop. He continued ranting and raving about how much my story
Wait a minute. I know there is a story going on, but I am way more interested in Pitch going off in the background than I am of Kate Bug trying to explain to me what's happening. Well, I gotta rewind this a little bit. Hold on. Pitch is so goddamn funny. I don't even like birds!
Thinking about how much my story wasn't up to par with curse words. It wasn't like that was my special talent anyways. I was an
okay,
not
alright.
some simpleton
Jealousy,
housewife
okay.
taking care of this dreadful, impudent fool. Not a pathetic storyteller who somehow made a living with such an undignified, sordid career. It was not my job to tell him any kind of stories. It was my job to just give him this godforsaken bath.
Pegasus Pitch is just losing his shit. Pitch is going in. Dude, Pitch in the background going, you know I hate birds! It's like something about that is really hitting my funny bone.
I grabbed the bar of soap as the lump in my throat began to rise to the top. I was always so careful to never leave a mark on the devil. But for once, I couldn't help myself. I was furious, overwhelmed. Crimson red envenomed my vision as I snatched him by the ear. His screams bounced off the walls of the bathroom as I forced that bar of soap down his little fragile throat. The foamy fizz bubbled up from the corners of his mouth as I held my hook over his precious little snout. I glanced up at a reflection in the bathroom mirror in the distance. The perfect image of a powerful mother and her obedient son. His eyes widened as he struggled to try and free himself from my grasp, but I just clenched his face tighter, refusing to budge. Bathwater dripped down the reflection and my crimson red eye shined back at me. Red? What? I shook my head, shutting my eyes for a brief moment. The mere thought of seeing red in my irises was absurd. I immediately opened my eyes and looked back at my reflection, hoping to catch a glimpse of red, but only my yellow golden eyes glinted back. I glared at myself for a moment, trying to make sense of what I had seen. Were my eyes really red in that moment? It seemed silly. Maybe it was my mind playing the casual trick on me, considering how engrossed I was in the other matter at Hoof. Oh, I had waited so long to finally do this. All those times where he refused to listen, where he completely disregarded me as his caregiver.
Yeah, time to knock that little shit down a peg.
No
The fuck you mean you don't like birds?
pony ever disrespected me as much as this spawn, and I was finally going to show him why. But in the framed mirror, I watched his pinpricked eyes fill up to the brim with tears as I shoved him face first into the tub. The utter satisfaction of watching him thrash and splash about in the water, beating his hooves against the porcelain, trying to defy me. My hooves only stayed in place over his head as seconds
Is Pitch gonna
passed,
drown?
and his movements began to slow ever so slightly. I had to commend him. He definitely was a resilient foal.
Did Pitch drown?
Eventually, the waves in the tub came to a slow and steady stop. I peered back at the water and lifted my hooves off his head, shaking the excess water from them. There he laid, now this lifeless foal, floating in the serene bathwater.
No, why did you kill him? He just said he didn't like birds.
Finally, the house was silent from his endless bickering. I didn't have to slave over this ungrateful waste of space. I'm not sure what I expected to feel at that moment, though. I've been told you're supposed to feel regret or remorse in situations like this. But like any like-minded pony, a prideful sense of liberation.
Is this why we haven't heard from Pitch? Yeah, he drowned in a grimdark. That's why we don't hear from him anymore.
And if questioned, I could always pretend it was an accident. No pony in their right mind would question a grief-stricken mother in matters such as these. For once since coming to this wretched town, I could focus on myself and work on getting back to my little bird again. I shut my eyes and smiled.
Why do people always die in grimdark? Because it's a grimdark. You know it's a grimdark? I'm just trying to say that if you're watching a grimdark and you're not expecting anyone to die, maybe don't listen to a grimdark. Maybe you should listen to something else. I don't know why I zoomed in all the way. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Oh boy. All right. Anyway, on with the story.
Quietly to myself at the thought. She would be mine again and love only me. Her one true love. I would be able to touch her, breathe her in again.
Whoa, what are we talking about? What are we talking about?
Nothing was going to stop me from this.
What are we talking about? After I did the thing with the camera, I pressed the play button. All I hear is I'm gonna be able to touch her. I'm like, whoa, slow your roll there.
Not even that lifeless form now drifting in the tub. Soon, Magpie, I will find you. I promise.
What's going... What are you doing?
My head snapped around to see her. As if my malice had somehow summoned her to witness just how powerful my hatred can be. She stood there, her mouth agape. I could tell she was trying to process what she was actually viewing before her eyes.
Okay, this is obviously lost. Is this an X? Is this an X? What part of the fucking timeline are we in? Wait, don't answer that. I'll figure it out.
Her deep crimson eyes that shined like blood in the moonlight. It was then, at that exact moment that an innate cognizance washed over me.
She's trying to get at Magpie, but Lost is here.
True. You're not sure why or how, but you know it to be real like a simple fact. Like how the sky is blue, or water is wet, or pain makes you stronger. That shrew of a mare! This was all her doing. She caused all of this. The death of that cult, Magpie leaving me, having to put on this fake charade just so I can try to get my Magpie back. I will blame that mare with every fiber of my being, and I will ruin and bury her if it is the last fucking thing I do. My body began to move on its own, lunging itself towards her. Garbled words began to vomit from my mouth and throw themselves at her. Her eyes widened as she realized what I was doing. I wanted to snuff the ever-living life out of her like I did that child. As my hooves were about to wrap themselves around her brittle little neck, she dared to rear up on her hind legs.
Okay, I'm looking at neck sizes right now. You said her neck is brittle. I'm looking at your neck. Your neck is a little thinner than hers. I wouldn't be talking about, brittle necks if I were you.
You're the reason this happened! Why the fuck did you make me do this? Ah! My eyes shut as the cold, wet floor met my face. I may have underestimated a curse word. That won't happen again.
What is that noise?
Data log, Monday, February 19th.
Wait, so... Gonna ask a dumb question. Is that pony the same pony who, at the beginning of the story, drowned her kid? And then Lost came up the stairs, punched her in the head, and then waited outside for the authorities to come? Are these the authorities? Where are we?
Subject number 0718 reacted extremely favorably to hypnosis experiment and detailed the events of the previous year from her own recollection, though the information provided does not correlate to the information needed to further the investigation.
Yes, all right, that's all I wanted to know.
Forward will still remain fictitious until verified. Once the experiment concluded, 0718 became physically violent and needed to be restrained and sedated, unable to assess if it was a side effect of the experiment. Side note.
So, I'm gonna try to piece this together. Grim, correct me if I'm wrong. Mag was mad because Perfect... This is going to sound like a caveman explaining fire, but Mag was mad at Inkwell, but she wanted... I mean, not Inkwell, the Ink Pony. And then Mag was like, all right, I'm going to make you suffer, so I'm going to orchestrate this whole scenario where you drown your kid, and then Ink drowns her kid, and then Lost hears the situation, runs over, and then sees Ink drowning her kid. Ink lunges at Lost, but Lost is too quick on her fucking reflexes, and she punches her in the head, and then waits for the authorities to come over. Do I have that part of the story correct?
Note, 0718 has become more...
Police don't wear masks, they do experiments. I'm like, yeah, I could gather that. I know that's what's going on.
Volatile and extremely aggressive towards other patients and staff, almost cracking open the skull of one of the prison guards on duty. It is in my professional opinion that 0718 not be rehabilitated and moved as a permanent candidate for further aggressive magical testing. 0718 has already shown positive results with almost all magical testing that has been performed on her, except the augmented cutie mark procedure.
What the fuck is going on here? What do you what kind of questionable substance?
Or the ACMP. 0718 has rejected any magical dosage of the CM enhancers provided in ACMP. In fact, various parts of her body are beginning to ooze a black substance that is...
Yes, except Law showed up after Ink Dye drowned her foal. Okay.
His eyes, ears, limbs, and already existing wounds.
Stay in the chat, because I'm gonna like run a bunch of information by you just to make sure I have the story straight.
Black welts forming on either side of the rib cage. Once 0718 is approved for testing, subject is to be declared deceased, and tests are to be recorded on the classified terminals located in the research facility. It is my hope that magical rehabilitation efforts will be perfected using 0718, so that future subjects will not be resigned to the same fate.
How did you end up here? What the hell?
Subject 0718 is to be redacted upon her death.
Curse. Magpie.
I'm still reeling from that moment where she was like, I will get to touch her. It's like, keep your hooves to yourself, ma'am.
I did it. I really did it.
Magpie sat alone in the darkness, clutching her hooves around the little single blue flame. She watched the flame flicker gently as the realization finally surfaced. This was it.
What?
It was the final piece of the puzzle. All those years of luring helpless, defenseless ponies to what they thought was a better plane of existence, only for them to be swindled out of everlasting life by such a deceitful, two-faced mare. One would be lying if the guilt didn't seem to rise to the back of her mind every time she did that. But in this moment, none of that mattered. She was finally going to be able to right all the wrongs, mend all the broken pieces, and restore that mare she loved more than anything. Magpie slowly got up, grasping the soul in her magic, and began to make her way to the rendezvous point, the one where he had appeared all those years ago. Just a simple voice, telling her that she could atone for all her wrongdoings if she followed his instructions precisely. She couldn't help but feel a wave of relief wash over her as she continued to walk away, humming to herself, knowing that this was all going to be over. She would finally leave this darkness, and everything would be sunshine and rainbows.
You sure about that?
She would be one with the true love of her life.
The one who is the beginning, the middle, and the end. The one who will keep her little bird safe, no matter what.
Okay, I don't... Oh my god. Somebody seems to be pulling some strings here. Show me the Patreons. Look at all them patrons! Let's get down to the voices. How many patrons is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Comedy sketch. I haven't heard from him in a minute. Damn it, couldn't count all of them. Merry Melody is Ink Dye. Pegasus Pitch is the cult. Oh, he drowned. Goody, that's a... Look at that picture of Goody. That's a really good picture. All right. Artwork provided by Urban Cool. All right, I think now we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of it. Now, this is where the story starts to pick up for real. It's the Chronicle of Curse Word, part 1, and then we're going to watch part 2, and then that's going to be the end of it mostly. But I feel like this is the definitive way to tell the story, so, or at least a continuation. Let's get into it.
Warning. The following reading contains subject matter that some listeners might find disturbing or difficult to hear. Listener discretion is advised.
That's what I'm here
or
for.
Someone you know has been affected by the real-world themes portrayed in this production.
Oh no, is it going to be abuse?
Please follow the links in the description for agencies and organizations that can provide practical help and advice.
Oh, this is about spousal abuse and just regular abuse. Oh, fuck. Oh, God, shit, dude. Oh, fuck. Insidious October. It's November now, so you gotta put on your Christmas hat.
Once upon a time, reports of an immortal monster were whispered in secret and haunted the minds of ponies and creatures alike, far and wide. Tales of the lost narrator.
Okay.
A cursed mare, rotten and putrid in form, that it was said could damn a pony's soul through the twisted yarn she weaved of gore and death.
Who's...
The legends told by the eldest creatures tell a different story, though. Those that encountered her lifetimes ago recall a crass and bombastic mare named Curseword. You see, she began as nothing more than a simple storyteller. All that changed, however, when her beloved Magpie arrived in town.
Okay.
A sweet but damaged mare.
Yeah.
They soon fell in love and created a life together, though Magpie would never confide in Curse about the nightmares that plagued her. It was Magpie who recognized her special talent, that her stories had the power to influence and affect the ponies around her. Magpie's past soon caught up to her in the form of Ink Dye, a former controlling and jilted lover.
Okay.
With the intent to reclaim her little bird, Ink married a stallion in town with a young colt to use for cover while plotting to take Magpie back.
Okay.
The sight of Ink with her new family enraged Magpie, and fueled by revenge, she manipulated Curse into using her talent on the foal. Ink was sent to prison for his murder, where official records list her as deceased.
Okay.
The same prison that was later closed for unethical magical experimentation being performed on inmates. Racked by guilt, but not understanding the talent or the power she wielded,
Oh, that's a
Curse
cute picture.
plunged into a mental spiral, and, at her lowest point, unknowingly banished Magpie to another realm. Determined to find her beloved and correct her mistakes, Curse searched for years, but to no avail. As decades became centuries, Curseword's heart grew bitter and resentful with each damned pony she left in her wake. All the while, though, unbeknownst to her, Magpie watched from the other realm, gathering the souls of Curse's victims with the promise from a dark and mysterious being that they could reunite her with her love once she gathers enough of them.
Now that's what I call a recap. That shit broke everything down for me. Let's conclude this bad boy.
Hello! I'm here! I have it! I've got that last soul you wanted!
Ah, yes. It looks like you finally completed your task.
I've waited so long for this. I know it was wrong, but I'd do anything to be with my Cursey again. So, here, the last soul you asked for. Now, how does this work exactly? Do I just appear next to her in the real world, or does time sort of undo itself? Does this mean her appearance and stuff will change too? I never really asked for the details. I guess as long as I get out of here, it'll be okay.
You're not going anywhere.
Wait, but I thought I would get to be with her. Does this mean that she's coming here? But you said...
I only promised that I would help you be reunited with your beloved.
Yeah, and she's still out there.
No. She's actually been here the whole time.
What?
Right beside you. Watching, waiting.
Longing. I finally have you, my little bird.
God damn it. God damn it.
Wait, no.
Come now, Magpie. Haven't you missed me? I've waited so long for this moment, to finally be able to reveal myself to you. Do you know just how torturous it was to watch you, fawning over her all these years?
But how? What's going on? Where is he? Where's the one I made the deal with?
Oh, that voice? Did you like that voice? Imagine, if you will, hearing that voice while he performs all those experiments. No thanks to you and that mare, I was left to rot in that prison.
Please, don't come any closer.
Do not interrupt me. If you hadn't disobeyed me and run up all those years ago, none of this would have occurred. Prison and magical experimentation tend to have interesting effects on the mind and body. All that matters now is that I can finally talk to you, my little bird. I've missed you so much.
No, please, I have to.
Have to what? Stay with me forever?
But Curse.
Do not even utter that mare's name. She was the one who caused all of this, to the both of us. She brainwashed you and kept you away from me. It was her words that made me kill my own child. All of these terrible, atrocious acts are because of her. Do you not remember? It's been that long, hasn't it? It's all right, though. We can still be together. I can still fix this. Magpie.
Snick took the words out of my mouth. It's like, I don't care if Lost dies, if everyone dies at the end. I just want Lost to beat the shit out of this character. I just want Lost to, like, clock her a couple of more times, like, before everything goes to shit, evidently, but...
I love you. I have always loved you. Why can't you seem to understand this? I sacrificed my whole world to find you. When Curse Word damned you the same way she damned me, who was there to give you hope? Who was the one to save you? You would have disappeared into nothingness if it wasn't for me. This infused magic has been a blessing and a curse. I may have lost my physical form, but I was able to create and control this limbo for you, to keep you safe, away from her. Even without my physical form, I'm still capable of taking care of you, better than she ever could. And now, as nothing more than ink, I was still able to find a way to bring us back together. You see, one soul is capable of solidifying my state for a few seconds, and so I had a brilliant thought. What would happen if I gathered an absurd amount of them? She was already murdering and maiming all those poor ponies, so why not put them to good use? And here we are. You've gathered enough of them because of Curseword's horrendous deeds, and I can finally become whole again.
What have I done?
I can feel it working. Bones and skin and
I can feel myself becoming one.
I can be a pony again, fully restored. And you and I can be together. Wait, what's happening? Why isn't it? No! No! Make it stop!
Wait, no.
Why didn't it work? I've scrutinized over this for years, ensure that every detail was perfect. So many countless years of crunching those numbers. This was supposed to work.
Please, don't.
Oh, stop it. It's not like I can even strike you. I'm ink. Nothing but ink now. That's all I am. All I can do is spread.
What are you doing?
Interesting. How does it feel, my little bird? To have
Oh
me
no, I don't like that. It took me a moment to realize what was happening.
all over you? How does it
Oh,
let yourself go, Magpie. Don't fight it. Don't fight me. We can truly be together forever because our love is stronger than...
Curse.
Really? Still? Even after everything I've done for you, you still reject me? This is fine. You never did know what to do without me anyway. But it's okay. I'm here now.
This is gonna be a fucking ride, isn't it? Ah!
How long has it been now? Decades? Centuries? It doesn't feel like all that long ago, but god damn, it's been a very, very long time. The years have been hard, and the changes, well, severe. But
Yeah, your
nothing I
horn
haven't
straight up
earned, I
looks like a
suppose.
changeling horn.
This old horn, rotten through and punctured with holes. This cold, monotonous heart pounding through putrid flesh and mangy patches of hide. And only these jaundiced yellow eyes to stare back at my reflection. The crimson irises aglow like fire. This immortality seems to be my own personal curse for killing her all those years ago. It's not like any of this even matters anymore. She's dead. There's no point in lying to myself. It was so much easier in the beginning, too, believing that all I had to do was look hard enough, and that I would be reunited with her. Even as the decades passed, that hope never waned. Not until that last time I returned home. How was I supposed to know that it had been 70 years? I mean, I didn't fucking age. And that stupid bitch librarian. She was still there, running the library. And I didn't believe it at first. That old wizened mare behind the counter. It wasn't until she showed me her cutie mark that it really hit me. The last remnants of hope withered and died with the realization that day. Pony mortality isn't as long compared to other creatures, and the body decomposes pretty fast in the right settings. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You know, technically, I should be dust too at this point.
Yeah, I'd say
But
so.
no, here I am standing in this ember-drenched forest, looking down at this worn piece of leather, lifeless in my hooves. This mask. The one damn thing that was supposed to shield every pony from my words. I mean, why else would I sew the mouth slit shut? I honestly didn't want to tell any pony my stories, but what else was I expected to do to pass the goddamn time? It's not like any pony would sit and even have a normal conversation with me, especially when I look like this. They run screaming from me the second they catch a glimpse of the lost narrator. This monster. At the end of the day, isn't that what I am, right? This immortal, monstrous creature that ruins lives with her stories. So why be something that you're not? Isn't that what my super special talent really is? The real reasons as to why I became this thing don't matter. Because it's fate. That's all this really is. I fucked up. And I was the one who killed her.
I'm a fucking moron. You know what I just now realized? The term curse word has two meanings. Curse word meaning that it's profanity, and curse word meaning that it's a curse. Like I put a curse on you. I'm so stupid for just realizing that now.
But you know what's funny though? This mask isn't supposed to come off. No, this fucker is fused to my rotten pus oozing flesh. And suddenly the bitch peels off like nothing. I have brand new fucking fur and flesh. I keep unconsciously running my hooves over my renewed face, and bitterly pull them away when I realize what I'm doing. It's not supposed to be like this, considering the rest of my body is still a decomposing mess. I clench my teeth.
So she
as
just
ball
has a
of anger
face and the
wells up
rest
in
of her
my
body
chest.
is like a corpse?
None of this makes sense, and for this to finally fucking happen now... No. Fate is just really screwing with me at this point, huh? Feels like she's just bent me over and she's plowing me fucking hard. The moon begins...
It just now clicked for you guys too. Well, thanks. Apparently Snick is the only one that was like, hey, curse word, like I put a curse on you, and that's Loss's ability, or like Overwatch ult or some bullshit like that. she just curses at you, and then you're doomed from that point onward.
...to shine overhead and bleed through the leaves and branches.
But honestly,
around.
it didn't hit me until just
How
now
did it get so dark
that
so
that had
soon?
two meanings.
I should probably set up camp for the night. With a flick of my magic, flames erupt from the logs in the center of the grove. I settle down and stare at the wisps of flames flickering in the air. My eyes begin to unfocus, and I just let my mind wander over all the details of this new development. Even if by some divine intervention I was restored to my former self, it's not like I even deserve something like that. There hasn't been any form of atonement for my actions, and even if there was, that wouldn't fix any of this. What's
She's the
done
Deadpool
is
of ponies.
done. Murder is and always will be the greatest mortal sin. So for this to even be...
She just has like, you know how like Deadpool has an ugly ass face? It's actually reversed for Loss. It's like she has an ugly ass body, but her face looks fine, and then she just keeps regenerating over and over again.
happening. Well, we all know that monsters don't get second chances. No, after the hero conquers the villain and saves the day, the monster usually gets obliterated into nothing. What I wouldn't give for just that. Nothing. For everything to just go black, and for my existence to cease. You would think that I would want to just die, because then maybe I could see her again. But I don't even want that. Fate wouldn't allow that. I don't deserve to see her again, especially after everything I've done. I mean, what would I even say to her if I actually got that chance? No, to dissipate into nothingness is all I crave at this point. I blink and readjust my eyes as my hoof slowly reaches out to the flames before me. I watch the flesh sear and crisp as it blackens within the fire. The stench of rotten cooked meat fills my nostrils. But I feel no pain as I continue to watch the tissue cauterize. Chunks of fat beginning to fall from the limb, and soon all I am left with is charred, hollowed bone and hoof. I pull the hoof away from the inferno and just stare. Warm blue energy appears around the ruined limb, coalescing over it and quenching the remaining flames, as muscle, skin, and fur are reformed beneath its glow. But instead of it looking healthy and lively, well, it's putrid and revolting. Like I said, this fucked up version of fate is railing me super hard. My ears swivel towards the sound as my eyes remain locked on the fire.
It cured more than her face.
Some poor,
Okay.
unfortunate traveler may have stumbled upon my campsite. If you're looking for a place to rest from your travels, you're more than welcome to share my fire. Just gotta listen to a story is all. It's seriously too easy to lure tired souls with stories and warm campfires, especially now that I don't look like a goddamn scarecrow. I mean, who in their right mind would turn that down? There's no response, but the hoof steps continue their slow, steady, deliberate crunches, drawing closer. The silent type, huh? Guess that's always good for listening to stories. Hurry up and come over by the warmth of the fire, though. It's always chilly during this season, and you don't want to catch a cold. Jesus, Pony is taking for fucking ever. Seriously, I could have been halfway
Just
through my
dragging his
story by
feet
now
along.
if this cunt wasn't taking their sweet time.
I could have
Maybe this
finished the
pony is
story
actually
by
being
now.
cautious, though. Unless they're trying to get one up on me. That happens from time to time. Idiots seeing a lone pony, thinking that she would be an easy buck. Little do they know, fate's already beat them to it. The hoof steps come to a crawl as they get closer. What the hell is this pony's problem? Okay, seriously? What the fuck is going on over? My impatience gets the best of me. I whirl around, only to be met with the empty clearing. I scan left to right, expecting for a figure to appear, but all I hear is the crackling of the campfire. I sigh to myself, annoyed that I'm obviously hearing shit again, and turn back to the fire.
Look at what you've become.
A pony's voice
Oh, no.
echoes out from the trees before me. At least, I think it's a pony. I can't see any pony in the darkness of the forest.
You sit here, waiting for vulnerable ponies who only want a place to rest, preying on their trusting nature.
Yeah, and what of it? This wouldn't be the first time an overzealous pony tried playing the hero. Considering how many ponies I've told my damn stories to, it's no surprise when some pony who loves them shows up and comes after me.
But preying on them isn't good enough, is it? You weave cursed words, forever trapping their souls in a perpetual spiraling hell from which they can never escape. You kill them, body and soul.
This
Yep.
voices? Their voice, echoes and bounces all around me. How is this even possible? I don't see or hear any pony using their magic. You can't kill ponies with just words. If that was the case, I would just tell you to fuck off and die. Considering we're still having this conversation, your dumbass theory is fucking moot. And here I thought my night was going to be boring.
But isn't that what you did to me?
Mag? That voice.
All right, so this is Ink as Mag showing up to Lost. I'm paying attention. I'm paying attention.
I could never forget that voice. My head whips around to the right, my heart leaping into my throat, and I am met with nothing again. I grit my teeth as my patience snaps. Whoever the fuck you are, show yourself!
You have ruined so many lives, and yet, here you are, lingering on without hope or salvation.
We've been over this.
Tired corpse animated curse word.
I said, show yourself! Magic begins to coalesce and pulse around my broken husk of a horn. In my right periphery, a shadowy figure emerges from the bushes. I don't give the fucker a chance. Before it takes another step, a bolt of power erupts from my horn. Faster than thought, a black void appears from the ground and expands into a gaping maw of deepest ebony, engulfing the flaming bolt into its depths. I freeze. My mind goes numb as the magic winks out of existence. My magic, the same that has incinerated Pony's whole and cleaved open flesh even through plated armor. How can that be? How can that blackness just consume it? The inky void sloshes and writhes upwards from the ground, slowly revealing pink hooves, legs, until a complete form stands before me. I find myself face to face with the mare I thought I would never see again. A lump forms in my throat. I swallow hard, trying to force it back down. Her eyes remain shut, a small smile playing on her lips.
You ruined me, curse word. You ruined me with your own words.
Her eyes slide open.
I'm not so sure about that.
I realize something is
Actually, she's
off.
correct, but
As she moves closer into the light of the campfire, Glistening yellow eyes glare back at me from within her dark violet mane. In the light of the embers, black splotches cover her once perfect pink coat. Wisps of ebony tendrils rise from the stains and lash out towards me violently, trying to strike. Without reason, though.
I'm telling you guys this right now. Somewhere in this stream, my camera might die, but don't be alarmed if it does.
They freeze, slowly constricting back around her frame. As she strides forward, a trail of inky blackness remains behind, a river of nightmare ink left in her wake. Her haunting stare, it pins me in place. I can't seem to break from it as my breath catches in my chest.
You're the reason I'm like this.
This can't be real. You can't be real. I take a step back. No, there is no fucking way that this is actually her. No, fate. I know I fucking deserve punishment, but not this. How did she get here? And like this? What the fuck is wrong with her? Did I do this?
You found me, curse word.
Those eyes. They have me clamped in place. I can't move, I can't...
I love this picture. I love Loss's face of like, okay,
Breathe. My words, my strength, it's all gone. All I can hear is panic screaming from inside my own skull, reminding me of my failures. I didn't find you. I couldn't find you. You're gone because of me, and I will never...
What happened?
Explodes in my shoulder, forcing me down.
Wait a minute.
Pinning me in place. Find you. You're gone because of me, and I will never... Sharp pain explodes in my shoulder, forcing me down.
Just got fucking sucker punched, dude.
Slamming into the ground snaps me out of my trance. I try to rise, but I can't move. Glancing over my shoulder, I see a dripping ebony hoof shoving me into the forest floor. I struggle against it, but I only slip and fall into the ground harder than before. The inky blackness is spreading beneath me, around me, consuming my body in all of its depths. It's then that I feel them. Wispy, inky tendrils beginning to wriggle all over my body.
It's like Venom.
Mag!
Oh, I don't like that noise.
What is this? My mouth is forced open and pure darkness pours into it and down my throat, silencing my cry. It's joined by more, slithering and constricting around my limbs and through my coat as I writhe. Wait, they aren't writhing on me. They're in me. I can feel my body
I don't like the way you said that.
My insides slithering like a bag of snakes, full of those things. I can't breathe, choking on them as my throat begins to tighten. My heels begin to sink to the ground, into the dark depths of the murky, obscure black mess. I can't fight it. There's no point. Maybe death is finally fucking erasing me from this existence, and I can fade away into this void. Please, release me from this hell so I can just drown in this emptiness. Sweet Celestia, please let this end just fucking end me. Just before the inky void consumes me, I catch one more glimpse of her. An image of my beloved imprinted into my mind. At least I can say I saw her one last time. But her expression...
Get your mind out of the gutter. She said that the tentacles was in her. What am I supposed to do? Ah, I don't like that noise, man. I hate that noise.
The sweet scent of lavender washes over me. I take in a deep breath, and it fills my lungs, spreading a warmth inside my chest.
Well, you didn't die,
her scent.
obviously.
She always smelled of sweet lavender.
Who, Mag?
I remember times where I'd be working on a story, and she would try to sneak up from behind to hug or tickle me. Her scent would give her away.
Get your mind out of the
she
gutter.
Even got the chance to get close. Hell, sometimes it was so strong, the smell would engulf the whole room the moment she walked in. It's a bit odd, though. The fragrance is so intense right now. Like she's right here next to me in this darkness. Dear Luna, how I miss this. My lips curl into a faint smile as the distant sounds of birds? Wait, birds. Why are there fucking birds here? I try to open my eyes, but a gentle
Why does everyone in this story hate birds? Every time anybody hears a bird or hears a story about a bird, everyone's just like, what the fuck? Fuck these birds, man. Get these birds out of here.
Closed. The world shifts and turns around me in a dizzying confusion, one where I can't find my bearings. Gravity suddenly reasserts itself as I flop down roughly onto something soft, warm. I realize that I'm laying on what feels like a bed. The pressure on my eyes fades to nothing, and I can finally open them. The light is blinding, though. I wince and reach up a hoof to rub them softly. I push myself up and glance around. Wait.
Oh, God.
Am I? I slam my eyes shut and shake my head. No. There's no way that's possible. I was just in that forest. Gradually, I open them again.
Lost his face.
My eyes are definitely working. To my utter disbelief, I am sitting in my old bed in the middle of my bedroom. It's morning. The sun's out, pouring in through the window, and the birds are chirping like they couldn't have a fucking care in the world. I glance down at my body, and my heart nearly lunges out of my chest. My body, the skin is taut and the fur soft to the touch. I catch my breath as I try to process what's really going on. It's then that I realize I don't smell the lavender anymore. How in the hell? I fling the blankets off and leap out of bed, inspecting the room. It's just the way I remember it. The bed, the dresser, the nightstand. My mind races. How is this logically possible? I gallop down the stairs to inspect the rest of the house. The living room, the kitchen. Everything is just as I left it all those years ago. Nothing appears to be out of place. That is, until I catch a glimpse of the picture frame resting on the coffee table in the living room. A lump forms in my throat as I pick it up with my magic, hoping and praying it's how I remember it. This picture. I know she and I are supposed to be in this, together. It was taken right before she moved in with me. She was so jittery and nervous, almost like she was terrified of overstaying her welcome. She kept second-guessing herself so much around me. I could never understand why she was like that. Hell, I was the one who insisted on her moving in. I mean, she was homeless at the time. How could I not offer? I remember that far-off glazed look in her eyes. After she and I had moved in what little she had into the house. Something was wrong, but I couldn't nail it down, no matter how hard I tried. She just didn't want to talk about it. She wasn't ready to let me in. In a last-ditched attempt to try and cheer her up, I pulled out the camera and told her we should snap a photo together. A little way of always remembering her moving in. She finally seemed to relax and came out of her daze when I pecked her on the cheek and snapped the photo. My eyes close and I swallow hard.
Oh no.
Things were so much simpler.
Oh no.
Back then, before I lift the frame up to eye level and open them. The photo tauntingly reflects back at me from under the glass, and I feel the lump fall into the pit of my stomach. Of course.
You guys see this Windows 95 pony-esque, fucking Ponyville-esque background she has for a painting going on right now?
Of course she's not in the fucking photo. Hell, there's not even a spot for her anymore. I'm dead fucking center. Just smiling back with a dumbass expression on my face. It's been years since she's been in this photo, or any photo for that matter. All of them in this house changed that fucking day that I... Fucking to think, I honestly thought things were gonna be different for once. I shake my head as I place the frame back down on the coffee table. Of fucking course it would be like this. I'm going to relive this reality over and over again, aren't I? The one where I just never find her. Where I made her stop existing. It's been so fucking long that I sometimes even wonder if she was real at all. Maybe my mind is just fucking fractured. Maybe she's just this mental fabrication. Am I fucking insane? Is this just my way of coping with everything? This immortality that I've been cursed with? The way
Am I
fate keeps
sucking
fucking me
copium?
over? I seriously feel like any fucking reality is possible at this point. I take a deep, shuddering breath. This is fine. This is all fine. It's not like I had control anyways.
This is
Maybe I should
fine.
just go back to sleep. At least fate gave me a bed to rest in between getting fucked. I glance back down at the picture one last time. But it's then that something catches my eye.
There's ink in the
Something I
corner.
missed at first glance.
There's ink in the corner.
I ignite my horn and elevate it closer.
There's ink in the
When
corner.
I notice a little black smudge on the lower edge of the photo.
Yeah.
My eyes narrow as I stare at it for a little longer. Who spilled ink on this? I lift my head and glare at the door. Really? I glance over at the clock. Who the fuck shows up this early? I have no clue what day it is, or the year for that matter, but whoever is behind that door can just sit and spin. I'm not going to answer the door. Oh, it's fucking on now. If this persistent ass clown isn't going to leave until I answer the door, then I'll answer the motherfucking door. Trotting over, I feel a slight headache coming on. I fling it open. Look, I'm
Oh, this is some good
Well,
art.
hello to you too, stranger.
My eyes widen as I realize who's standing in the doorway. She's here. Right here. Her bright smile, her soft lilac eyes beaming up at mine. I can't take my...
It's 8:50 a.m., right? Like it's fucking... Yeah, who comes around casually knocking on doors at 8:50 a.m.? Bruh, I'd still be asleep. Like, what are you doing? I'd be
eyes
at
off
work.
of her. No fear or looming danger.
Why do I feel like this is an illusion or a hallucination? No, it's real. Grim, after that last stunt you pulled, I don't believe you. I feel like Lost is like she's in a state of psychosis right now. Like what's really happening is Lost is being overcome with like the black tentacles, but her brain is doing like this mental gymnastic bullshit where it's taking her to a happy place. That's what I feel like it's doing. It's tricking her into her experiencing some comfy shit right now.
Lingers in the air like before. It's just her. She's real. She's really is real.
She is,
Her
but she
head
doesn't look like
tilts
that.
Her expression melting into confusion.
Of course I'm real.
I shake my head, not realizing I said it out loud.
Ink is fucking with her
Sorry.
memories. Most definitely.
I mean, hello. Wait, did she just call me stranger? My heart twinges with pain. I look away from her, trying to wrap my brain around what is really going on. Stranger. It's not the right word. It's this horrible expression that shouldn't be coming from her lips. She's supposed to be here in this house with me.
Is everything okay? I can come back at another time.
No! God,
No, get your
fucking
ass in
myself
here.
left and right. I rub the bridge of my eyes with a hoof and take a deep breath, trying to soothe my nerves. No,
You're fine. I'm sorry. I just woke up.
Had a rough night?
You could say that.
Well, I wanted to come over and meet my new neighbor. My mayor friend and I just moved in across the street.
She points behind her to a quaint little house across the way with a white picket fence. I sure as hell don't remember that house being across the street, but before I can even think twice, the blood drains from my face. I try to grasp hold of the anxiety rising to the surface. Your mayor friend? Like a candle whose flame is carelessly blown out, her demeanor changes. Her eyes avert down to the ground, as if she's ashamed and scared of my reaction. Her bubbly exterior just deflates, retreating back into her mane, as if she's trying to hide from me. Wait, her mane is down? She never wore her mane down. She would constantly bitch about how it would get in the way of her doing things, and...
I'm so sorry. Ink said that I wasn't supposed to go around talking about us, but since it's like a new town, I thought ponies wouldn't care about two mares being together, and...
I'm looking into the chat. I don't know what Ink has done yet, but apparently half of the chat already knows what's up. Don't spoil it for me. I will figure it out. I will figure it. My gut reaction is like, somebody in the chat said it's the same memories but altered by Ink. So I'm thinking that Ink has made Mag undesirable in some kind of way, but I'm not certain. I'm very not certain right now. I gotta watch and find out.
Hey, slow down. It's okay. She's starting to back away from me and off the edge of the porch. I could care less about that. I'm into mares too. This conversation, what the hell is this?
You are?
She stops and slowly comes back to the doorway, revealing her face from behind her mane again. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. Besides, if any pony really does have a problem with it, they can just go fuck themselves. She gasps and covers her mouth, shocked and taken aback.
Sorry, I'm just not really used to hearing someone say fuck.
Big think. Big sus. Big sus. A sussy mag has dropped. This isn't our mag. This isn't our mag. Where's our mag? Who the fuck is this? This isn't our mag.
I've said it before in front of you, and you never cared then.
Before?
Celestia, damn it. Never mind. Forget I said that.
No, please. What did you mean by before? Have we met?
I chew the inside of my bottom lip as I try to find the words. I don't know what the fuck is going on. This has to be some kind of new reality. A new timeline, maybe? Is that what happened? Did shit just reset? A timeline where she's with some other mare and I'm just here alone?
With... That is Mag. Oh, wait, so... Okay.
And miserable? Though she is only with another mare here. She's not missing. She's not potentially gone forever. She's just standing here. At least, I think it's her. It has to be. I've waited too long.
Sussy baka.
Too long for this. Things are different, and maybe this is a second chance. And the fact that she doesn't even know me.
Mag is the imposter.
I have to tell you something. And I know this is gonna sound fucking insane.
Mag? No one's ever called me that before. It's Magpie. Hang on. How did you know my name? I don't think I...
No, you didn't. You didn't tell me your name. Because I know you. We've met before. At the library, remember? You were working there because you had just arrived here. Her eyes begin to shrink into pinpricks as she begins to back away from me.
I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do, Mag. I begin to walk after her. I came up to you after I was done reading to the foals, and I asked you out. You were shy and unsure like now, but you weren't always like this. You were fun and outgoing, and you...
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mag makes her way to the middle of the road. She fumbles onto the ground, tripping over her mane. And you never wore your mane down for reasons like that. Here, let me help you up.
Stay back! Don't touch me!
The words pierce the air as she shoves my hoof away violently. Everything freezes. Nearby ponies stop in their tracks and look over at us. Her panic-stricken eyes fill with tears as she stares up at me, her hooves raised over her head defensively.
Mag is pulling a Fluttershy right now, and I don't know how I feel about that.
As if to protect herself from me. She's trembling in fear on the ground as I watch her mane fall to one side, revealing what looks like a bruise on her neck. Mag, what's happened to you?
She's even more sus. Even more it's an abusive relationship. It's not that sus. She's in an abusive relationship with Ink, I believe, and she's wiped her memories of Lost.
I've been looking for you for so long.
Step away from her at once.
I whip around to see another pony, one that I thought I'd never see again. Memories flood my mind as a small white and black mare stands before me.
I'm sorry.
Her forelegs are planted.
If you show up and you look like this, I am not taking you seriously. Can we all just say this is the Karen haircut? Is this the Karen haircut? This is the Karen haircut. The instant I saw her, I just started laughing because I was like, alright, you can't just show up looking like this and expect me to take you seriously. You're not going to get what you want. You're not going to get the response you want.
Firmly to the ground, like a viper coiled to strike. Her intense yellow irises stare back at me.
Oh my
scrutinizing
god,
the scene
dude.
before her. They seem to glow from behind her jet black mane. Not much has changed from the last time I saw her. A pang of guilt strikes as I wonder where her cult is. She makes her way over, placing herself between Mag and I, separating us. As I try to step around her to reach out to Mag, her voice comes out like ice.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Look, I don't know your fucking name, but you...
I am...
Lost can easily just stand on her. Lost can easily just put her front hooves up, put them on top of her head, and just mush her into the dirt. Look at this size comparison. Look at how built she is. Look at that muscle. You cannot... Of course Lost is not intimidated by this character, but like, she can fucking manhandle her so easily.
Ink dye. And I don't appreciate you terrifying my mare friend.
My mind reels as the name hits me like a brick.
Lost has become Hans. Look at how built she is, dude.
Wall.
She flexing.
Ink dye? You.
Yes, you heard me. Now if I were you...
Mag! This little scrawny bitch is Ink dye? Mag's eyes are locked on mine as Ink dye begins to help her up. I feel cold pinpricks spread across my coat as the pieces finally click into place. I knew it! I fucking knew it! She hurt you, didn't she? I shove a hoof in that bitch's face, locking my eyes on Mag's. Why the fuck didn't you just tell me? So many sleepless nights, just staying up with you, comforting you with all those fucking nightmares. All because of this little cunt? I could have handled her myself. All you had to do was just tell me.
But then again, like in the most factual sense, abuse doesn't have a form. You know, like anybody can be abusive. Just because she's short doesn't mean that she can't be abusive. She can definitely get fucking yeeted somewhere, but she can also be abusive.
Trust me. I knew I should have pried more. I don't know you. Mag retracts back into her mane.
That's a pose.
I clench my teeth. Enough is enough. I channel power into my horn and shove ink dye away from Mag. Ink flails through the air and I take a step closer. But she cowers back as I come face to face to her. Mag, please, you need to listen to me. I have to tell you a story, okay? About us. And how we were supposed to be together.
You sound like a crazy
as
mare.
I reach a hoof up to her face. Her shaking form remains rooted to the spot as tears flow freely from her eyes. Just as I'm about to start, I clear my throat and take a deep breath. It's then that I realize she doesn't smell of lavender.
I think you've told enough stories.
Oh, God. Don't like that. I hate that, as a matter of fact.
Obsidian tears through the world around us, melting everything into puddles. Mag's form begins to dissolve and fade into the void as I scream out. No, I just found her. You can't fucking take her from me, Fate.
Oh, boy.
Not now. I know what I'm supposed to do. I feel inky coils wrapping around me again, dragging me down. They rend and shred at my new flesh, and searing pain floods my senses. Pain. Mind-ripping, bone-jarring pain. It's been so long since I've felt pain, but this is beyond anything I've encountered before. The fur on my chest peels off in large swatches, rotting muscle and sinew bursting from underneath as the illusion shatters around me. My muzzle and face burn as if drenched in acid, as coarse leather forces its way up from beneath my fur. A silent scream racks my form as the agony of lifetimes washes over me in waves. The pristine fur of my former body raining onto the floor in tatters. My shrieking quickly dissolves into shrill howls as I inhale, feeling the frigid air impale my wretched innards. I wriggle and flail, trying to fight back, but...
This is just like 5 solid minutes of Lost describing what's happening to her body with another audio track of her just yelling in agony in the background.
The dark coils hold me in place like stone.
I'm actually kind of glad that, like, they're not showing me anything right now. Because I don't even know how you would convey what's happening in a picture, you know? But let's continue.
Rotten decay overwhelms my senses. Soft moans and whimpers escape from my muzzle as I hang broken in the dark tendril's grasp. Tortured moans and sickly sounds of fleshy matter reach my ears.
Oh, God, what the hell?
I lift my head, only for my eyes to shoot open in terror. My field of vision is a disgusting amalgamation of guts and gore, an endless nightmare mass of twisted pony bodies.
Okay, OC time. You know they always put OCs in this, so let's see if we can find some OCs. I think that's Goody. I can't tell. That might be Narrator. And that's about it. This pony has its horn stuck in his own eye. It's unfortunate. It's the only pony those are the only 2 ponies I can identify. I don't know who this is. That pony looks familiar, but I don't know who that is.
Limbs twist and contort at weird angles. Eyes bulge from sockets. Or empty sockets are all that remain as they turn in unison towards me. Mercilessly unyielding eyes glower and pierce at me as they cry out my damnation.
Damn.
I didn't want to die. I begged you. You did this to me.
Why can't I move on? I want to see my family again. What's keeping me here?
Why me? I was just looking for a road home. Why did you have to kill me?
Okay, obviously, yeah, you didn't have to do this for me to get the sense that, like, these are all the ponies that Lost was like, hey, let me tell you a story. It's like, have you ever heard of the cough? And it's like, no!
All I hear is screaming. Endless pain and torment. What did I
Oh
do
God,
to
what is
deserve
this going? What's going on over here?
had 3 fools. They depended on me. They starved without me. My baby. I had a life, a family, and you stole that from me.
Do you remember them?
I clench my
Oh
jaw
God,
and try
this
to glance
is
around
gruesome.
me.
There's no use, curse word. I'm the one in control here.
Wanna fucking bet? I ignite my horn, but soon realize something feels wrong. The light emanating from it doesn't spread as it should. The magic is just out of reach, like some pony is muffling it with a pillow. My magic wavers and fades before shifting into jet black darkness.
Look before you, curse word. Look at the pure devastation you've left in your wake.
A crimson glow spreads from beneath me, enveloping the piles of corpses in its light, spreading
Hi,
like
Fritz.
a wave of blood. The rotten husks of ponies begins to stir, decayed limbs twitching in the blood-soaked brilliance. A unicorn with his horn impaled in his right eye shambles past the torso of a gutted Pegasus, as one by one they rise, coming ever closer. They are deliberate and move as one, a cacophony of snapping limbs, splattering blood and broken bodies. Entrails fan out like small tails as the gory sea rolls towards me.
All of these souls have been blessed by your super special talent, curse word.
Of course.
Did you enjoy reading them their final stories?
No, I didn't. I was just...
Oh, yes, you did. You had a choice, and this is what it brought you. It wasn't enough to damn your silly little beloved. You had to damn every pony else along the way as well. One has to think, if beloved saw you now, would she even have the compassion and patience to love a murderer like you? Shut up! A killer who dismembers. A psychopath who deceives. A beast who rampages. A sinful degenerate like you who finds gratification in the slaughter of innocent lives.
You think I got off on killing all these fucking ponies? I never wanted this!
Your actions speak otherwise.
But this was fate! Why else would...
Fate? Fate is something for fools and fillies hiding under their blankets. It does not exist. Fate is just a sad excuse for the weak-minded. Only ponies and their decisions exist. Their damnation, their pain is because of you. It's your fault that she's gone. It is your fault that all those ponies are dead. And you will never find peace. And you will never find Magpie. Simple as that.
I didn't choose my fucking cutie mark, you stupid bitch! There really is no fate. This really is my fault. I didn't ask for any of this! No, but I didn't do anything to stop it either. They were the ones who chose to listen to my fucking stories! But I didn't have to kill all those ponies. None of this is my fault, because I'm a victim of fate! This is my curse. I will bear it alone.
No matter what lies you scream, curse word, I can hear the truth within your rotten heart.
Ink's voice echoes off into the distance.
Jesus
as
Christ.
The corpse's excruciating
Ah!
wail. It's then that I notice a faint...
You know what would have been hilarious if, like, they would have snuck in the yell that Tarzan does? Just in the background, you just hear, ah, like he's swinging from a tree.
Blue light shimmering in the murkiness. It drifts in the air, moving closer to me. I watch it carefully, not sure what to make of it. It reaches my snout and lands gently atop it. The aura intensifies as it spreads across my snout and over the rest of my body. I slam my eyes shut against the brightness as the glow engulfs me. I feel a sharp tug behind my navel, and my hindquarters are yanked skywards as my limbs are ripped free from the ebony tendrils. The world fades into a soft blue. Exhaustion overtakes me. Up, down, nothing makes sense in this void as I spiral along in the light's warm embrace, surrounded by the sweet scent of lavender.
Okay. We're not done yet.
Sweet Luna, do I feel like shit. How long have I been out? My eyes slowly flutter open. I feel the cold, slimy surface of the floor beneath me as I focus the rest of my senses. A murky void of indistinct grays surrounds me, fading into blackness towards the horizon. Picking myself up off the floor, I rub my head with the forehoof, wondering where the fuck I am now.
It should be obvious at this point, curse word.
Oh, Jesus.
I don't recognize this voice. I tense and slowly turn my head, glancing back over my shoulder. Of course there's no one fucking there. There's never any pony there when I fucking look.
So, what's your story, cockwaffle?
I brush off the murky residue from my cloak.
Well, that was quite rude. You should be more cautious when addressing your betters.
You know what? I'm getting really tired of these games. Can we just speed this process up and get on with it? A pair of humongous golden eyes wink into existence.
Oh
before
God,
me,
I didn't even see
ominous
that.
and looking
Oh my
sharply at me.
God.
I quirk an eyebrow and stare up at the looming visage.
So, where's the rest of you? Don't tell me they fucked you over too as well. What's it like to need to shit and not have an asshole?
Please, do not bring me to your level.
I'm laughing so hard I pressed
thought
my
the only
fucking
victim
mute
here
button.
was you, that you were merely at the whim of the forces around you.
What's it
Oh,
like
shut
to
the
shit
fuck
and
up.
not have
You
an
don't know
asshole?
shit about me. And who the fuck are you to tell me what to think?
My name is not worth mentioning to pathetic wretches such as yourself. All that matters is that I have a deal to offer you.
A deal. 1 second, you're talking back to me. And now we're bargaining at the Tartarus flea market? Where the fuck do you come off?
Oh, how amusing. You mask your
Sorry if
fear
I'm
with
yawning a lot.
arrogance, but still wonder if it's the devil himself you're mouthing off to. No, I'm just someone who has lurked and watched the world play out from a distance, biding my time, watching and waiting patiently because of my own complications.
Complications? Well, I guess it would be hard to get laid without the right equipment, huh? Her eyes narrow and I can feel hate radiating from them. A moment passes and a small sigh escapes from the floating orb.
Tired? Not
I'm
really.
here to offer you a chance. Something I've only offered to that other mare who was trapped in this void for so long.
Other mare? What other?
As I said, this is a chance I don't grant to many. I don't hand out offers every day. Only in very special cases do I ever offer this.
All right, get on with it.
This is an
Tell
offer
me
you
what
can't
fucked up door prize
refuse.
you're offering me for attending this bullshit party.
What if I told you I could finally make it all go away? The pain, the loss, the regret, everything.
The hell you can't.
I said don't bring me to your level, curse word. I do not tell lies. In this world, I'm in control and can erase anything I choose.
What do you mean by erase?
Do I have to explain everything to you? Remove, eradicate, to wipe away. It's no feat for me to remove garbage like you if I so choose. That is what you want, right? For it to end, to become nothing. Wasn't that what you were blubbering about by the fire before you were pulled into this place?
What's the catch?
No catch. None at all.
I swallow hard, extremely skeptical of what's being presented. It's not that fucking easy.
Oh, but it is. You would finally be released from this existence, from the endless search for her. We both know you can never find her, no matter how many centuries pass. And wasn't it you who stated that nothing compares to the loss of a beloved? It's what you truly want, and you can finally have it. Relief from this world, and all of its fallacies of true love. Just accept my offer, and I can take it all away.
My heart thuds in my ears as I watch those gigantic yellow eyes narrow at me, willing me to accept, to give in. Could I really be free of this pain? No more sleepless nights plagued with guilt, remorse and sorrow consuming my waking hours. I can't be rid of this on my own. I can't blank those feelings. They linger and burn through me, festering like rot until there's nothing left but a hollow cavity of nothingness. And I only have myself to blame. This is what I've wanted, craved for this for so long. This release. Having it thrown on this silver platter like this, though, something doesn't feel right. It wasn't wrong about Mag, though. It's not like I could find her now. It's not like I have anything else to lose. She's dead. She has to be dead. My stomach churns, and a fluttering sensation rises to my rotten heart. She has to be dead, right? When the fuck did I start doubting that she was dead? I mean, she's supposed to be dead, but this feeling, the scent of lavender, her lilac eyes, my heart quivers and tinges at those memories. A sensation swells inside my chest, one that I haven't felt in so long. Hope. How could I forget this? What it really meant to love her? When did I forget what she meant to me? It doesn't matter now. There's no way I'm going to do that again. I love her, there's no denying that. The real question here, though, is why the fuck does that thing want me gone so badly? I stare up at those golden eyes, cogs turning in my head as I try to make sense of all this. Even if she is dead, and I'm damned to remain like this for all eternity, I will never give up my search for her. I'm so fucking tired of all this shit. Being fucked with and played with. They could tear me apart, pull me down, and drag out this pain, but I will never stop. It's my fault she's gone, and by Celestia's burning mare heat, I will figure out a way to right this wrong, so fucking help me. I shake my head, a rictus smile stitching across my face. Hey, piss eyes! You can take your offer and shove it up your non-existent ass.
It's the dumbest insult. Hey, piss eyes.
You really are a persistent pain in my hindquarters, curse word. I will squish you under my hoof like the cockroach you are.
The only cockroach around here is you. Of all the ponies I cursed, why is it a cunt like you, who actually deserves to get her shit kicked in, that's the one bitching me out endlessly? I grit my teeth and watch as the eyes begin to rise. It's not until I see the dripping tendrils open from within the darkness that
Whoa,
a
I don't like
chill
this.
runs down my spine. The cavernous gaping mouth grows wider, lunging towards me. Inky coils lash out as I turn to run, grasping at my cloak and back hooves and yanking me to the ground. I scream and claw at the slippery earth as they drag me mercilessly into the gooey gaping orifice, poised to consume me.
Luna, damn it! I'm so fucking sick of this tentacle!
I grouse before they drag me in, submerging me in the onyx sludge. A last thought occurs before my mind fades into darkness. At least,
Oh, no.
I never gave up, huh? I slowly drag my hooves down the walkways of this town. I've been so mentally exhausted as of late. It's a miracle that I'm still finding the strength to make it to work. It's the same old thing each and every day. Get up, go to work, come home to her, rinse and repeat. It seems like all I ever do now is work. The long, unending hours. So I can provide for the both of us. She gets to stay home, fritter away her time on her stories. Coming back to a nice home-cooked meal should not be too much to expect. What could she possibly be doing all day that it would be too difficult for her to ensure something is prepared by the time I get home? The lack of understanding on her part drives me up a wall. It's happened too many times this week alone. She doesn't appreciate the amount of time and effort I put into this life for us. A sigh escapes my lips as I approach the front of our home. Living in this city, especially at the station I'm occupied, a good number of luxuries are to be expected. It's a shame, though, that noble ponies of such standing cannot recognize my place among them. Noble ponies? I read to fucking Colson. I reach the door and open it with my hoof.
What the hell?
Stepping inside, the familiar sights of our lush interior greet my eyes. They peruse the lavish furnishings and finally come to rest upon my little bird. She looks as gorgeous as ever, her long, luscious mane down. She seems startled by my presence, turning around suddenly, wide-eyed and frightened.
Oh, you're home early. I didn't think you would be home this soon.
Oh no, not this scene again.
Like cooking.
Cooking? No, this does not look like my dinner, Magpie. What is that you are hiding? I sneer as I hang my scarf up on the nearby coat rack.
That's your Hearts and Hooves Day present. I wanted to get you something, nice.
I trot over, watching.
We're looking at the situation through Ink's eyes.
The silly notion of this holiday had slipped my mind, especially with all the hours that I have been working. She turns her gaze to the ground as I examine the wooden box resting on the table behind her. It's a simple wooden box, crudely worked. It appears to have a black drop-shaped inlay in the center, as a sad intimidation of the prestigious mark upon my flanks.
I had some extra funds stored away and I just wanted to surprise you.
You're hiding funds?
No, I wasn't hiding it from you. I just had it stored for...
For what, Magpie? How did you even get the funds for this? You're working some side common job under my nose again, aren't you? Did you forget that I provide everything you need? It's not enough that I work my hooves to the bone for us. No.
Bruh.
You have to spit on that, working like a common mare.
I just wanted to get you a new quill and scroll set. You've used that other one for so long, it looked
worn down. I just thought...
That's always the problem, Magpie.
No.
You tend to think when that isn't your strongest feature.
Just
You're still the same pathetic, naive mare I found.
asshole vibes. Just all from top to bottom, all the way down. Just asshole vibes. Asshole vibes. All the way down. All the way down. All the way from top to bottom. It's just 100% asshole.
Just look at this garbage. Did you really think that I would enjoy having this trash cluttering up our home? That money could have been used for something else, something of worth. Do you even know how much this beautiful house costs? To live in this city? Of course.
This was the wording you couldn't understand either. Yeah, I appreciate that we went, well, I don't really like this scene because it depicts like an abusive relationship, but I really do like it how we're finally hearing the words, like we're hearing the full conversation now. I do appreciate that.
Of course you don't. Just like you can't fathom what it would mean for you to be seen purchasing this. Did you tell any pony who you were getting this for? The last thing we need is for any of the ponies in my circle finding out that we're... You weren't thinking. Per usual. You never do.
Oh, I wasn't thinking. I should have told you about the money. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. I wanted to do something special for you.
Something special? Do you even understand how stupid that sounds? I've already told you what I expect of you, and trash like this is nowhere near on that list. You were supposed to stay home and enjoy all of this. You literally have everything you could ever want. Why do you continuously disregard my wishes?
Please, I didn't mean to make you mad. It was just a gift.
Just a gift? This stupid little box could have cost us our future. I have worked too hard to let some old bigoted aristocrat take away everything I have labored over because of your incompetence. Why am I so angry? My fur bristles.
Why am I so... Don't worry about that.
Refusing to let her stupidity ruin all of this. My little bird just needs to be put in her proper place.
Can we all just come to the...
Not want the riches.
Can we all just come to the term that, like... Or come to the conclusion that referring to your spouse or girlfriend or who the fuck ever as your little bird is creepy as hell? Can we all just be on the same page about that? Don't ever call me your little... Like, I like pet names, but, like, don't call me your little bird. I should DM Def and be like, if you ever call me your little bird, we're gonna have some words.
The glory, even if we were only ever seen as best friends. What? Best friends? I grip the box in my hoof, offended by the touch of such rough, hewn filth beneath my fur. Her eyes fill with a panic, and a jolt of excitement runs down my spine, and my heart begins to pound in my chest. I need more. So much more of her, of my little bird.
I hate that. I hate that.
Anticipating the impact, the delicious scream to follow.
What are you doing? No, put that down.
But instead, my ears are greeted with the sound of it. The box shatters against a hazy blue field as my vision shifts to red. How dare she? How dare she use it here in my home? She will regret breaking my rule. My rule? What the fuck is going on? I'm better than this. Stop!
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to use my magic here. I know you said never to use it. I
Aw, that's...
I silence her
I don't like this. This is great art, by the way, but the image itself is so bad.
A quick strike across the muzzle, dazing her. Her front legs buckle, and she strikes the floor in a meaty thump. Her legs curl in defensively as she whimpers, and my body... She has a lesson to learn, though. Soon.
Stop it, Mag! You need to run now! Get away from me! I'm sorry, please.
Oh, no. Help.
Special holiday. I promise I'll never do it again.
She sobs, trying to back away from me. Oh, but I know you're going to do this again. You never see the whole picture, and it's time I finally made you realize it. My hooves pin her firmly to the floor, and the...
No! What the fuck am I doing? I would never...
As she continues to cry out in pain.
Excite.
No! This isn't how it's supposed to feel! Mag! It's not me! This can't be me! No! Stop!
The sweet satisfaction
of hearing her scream like that.
No. I hate it. I hate it.
I'm gonna be sick!
Kersey.
Mag! Is that you? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It wasn't me. I wouldn't...
I know. All you ever did was love me.
I can't stop it. I can't control my body. I don't ever want to hurt you like this, ever.
Kersey, this isn't you.
What?
Oh my god. Oh, that was a weird one.
I'm done.
That was a weird one.
This fucking bullshit. What the fuck was I doing in there? Just... Why? This doesn't make any sense. I laid my hoof on her. I hurt her. And nausea overpowers me, and I retch. Bile burns my throat and covers my muzzle. My insides knot at the thought of my hooves. My hooves on her like that. Those panic-stricken, tortured cries. And my body, why did I feel like that?
This is very well done. Yeah, this is actually very well done. It's doing a great job at making me feel very uncomfortable. So congratulations, guys.
My stomach churns and seizes, and another wave of bile explodes from my mouth again.
I hear Wolf's cat. Yeah, my cat is like... My cat is next to me going, please stop, Dad. This hurts. I hate this. Dad, what are you watching? It's like, don't worry about it. Also, my camera's about to die. So if you see a black screen, don't worry about it. I'll deal with it.
I really am a monster.
No, you're not.
That voice, her voice. Why has it come to haunt me now? I don't respond, curling deeper into myself, burying my face in my hooves. Hoof steps approach, frantic and quick.
Kersey, please, get up!
No, please. Just stay away from me. I can't do this anymore.
Kersey!
A pair of pink hooves yank me out of my thoughts, turning me around. A tingling, warm sensation.
Now the conversation becomes like, is that really Mag or is that Ink pretending to be Mag? Just to give Loss a glimmer of hope and then yank it all away at the very end.
Engulfs my form and tenderly washes away the grime and bile and soothes my nerves. The sensation fades and dissipates as she pulls me close. I breathe in the sweet scent of lavender as I bury my face in her chest. She strokes my mane softly, rocking back and forth as she grasps me tight against her chest floof, refusing to let me go. I rest in her embrace, trying to comprehend what's going on. Is this really her? My eyes find hers, and my heart catches in my chest. Her lilac eyes are warm and smile down at me. This is how I remember her. Her mane up in that little silly bun, locks of hair falling gently behind her. Her smile so bright and calm, joy radiating from it. Her eyes brim with tears as she brushes a hoof softly across my cheek. I'm sorry. I hurt you, and I fucked up so much. I don't even know if you're real right now because of this place, but I'm cut off as her lips meet mine.
Aww.
My body stiffens and relaxes. My barrier drops. I feel this. I feel her. It is her. It really is Mag. Her sweet taste on my lips. Her hooves pulling me in close. I almost forgot what this felt like. I've been without her for so long, but I could never forget the way her lips felt on mine. Tears sting my eyes as I hold on to her, grasping her for all I'm worth. The pain, the doubt, fear, and regret. It's been so much. Everything I've had to endure. But it's led me to her. To this moment. I found her. She pulls away slowly.
I should have magicked you a breath mint.
She chuckles, wiping away a few tears.
Really? Now is the time to tell her
relax my
breath
grip and
smells?
lean back so I can sit up and face her. Mag's expression drops.
Kirsty, look at me. I don't have much time. She's trying to break you. I fucked up, Kirst, and I can't stop her, but you can still get out of here. I can help you get out of here.
There's no fucking way I'm leaving you. I grip her tight, my eyes locked on hers as I try to understand what's going on. What do you mean you fucked up? I don't understand. Mag swallows hard and looks away.
Now is the time to come clean. Now is the time to be like, I may have manipulated you a little bit, and I'm sorry.
Rushes to her hooves and begins to pull me along.
We don't have time to talk about
You unfaithful slut!
No.
An inky coil slashes out from the darkness, twisting itself around Mag's head, muffling her screams. Mag! She's ripped from my grasp. Her pinpricked irises are the last thing I see before she disappears into the darkness.
Where do you think you're going?
A single slimy tendril whips out from my left, faster than I can dodge. It blooms and forks into a web of tendrils before enveloping my left flank and side. Pain shoots down my nerves and jolts. The tendrils burrow and scythe into my flesh, yanking and pulling viciously as chunks of hide and meat rain to the floor. The dark web spreads like a cancer, tearing and peeling as it consumes me. A fiery agony engulfs my other senses, becoming my entire world as I scream out in pain. My body collapses in a spasming heap as the tendrils finish encircling me, squirming and writhing over my fur and flesh and creating festering wounds. Over my frantic screams, though, I hear her.
Ink, stop it! Leave Curse alone!
I rally my resolve and what little strength I can muster to turn towards her voice. I see Mag shouting and screaming, and I think she's reaching out. Waves of pain distort my vision. Vertigo encases my brain and my hearing fades in and out. But I could have sworn she said...
Oh, she did say that name, curse word!
The pain lessens, from a raging inferno to lines of burning embers, as the writhing mass of inky blades seizes carving me apart. I hang limp as they lift me into the air, the ones around my neck flexing and contorting, and I'm face to face with it. Those yellow orbs practically drip with disdain as they peer into my soul. My eyes flutter as I struggle to keep them open. Two inky tendrils slide beneath them and over my eyes, prying them open. I stare at the nightmare before me. A swirling sea of ink rises and undulates around its form, with inky tentacles rising rhythmically from the surface.
Who drew this? Who the hell drew this? Find them. Oh my god. This is graphic. This is really graphic. I'm just taking it all in. Holy fuck. Alright, continuing.
Wings? I think they're wings. Jut out from where the shoulders should be. They look like dark feathers? Maybe quills? I choked down the rising terror in my gut and forced out. Who the fuck are you? The rippling inky void nears mine, and a smile slowly emerges below those yellow portals from hell. Pure darkness is all that greets me from within that gaping maw. The breath that emanates from within smells sterile, almost chemical, but it's also familiar. Cold and sharp, it stings the open wounds on my face.
I am ink dye, curse word!
It speaks with such chilling mirth as an inky hoof flashes across my chest. It contorts into a mass of slicing inky blades before thrusting into my chest cavity.
And you created me.
You created me? No, yeah, okay. You guys ready to wrap this up? You guys, I've been through so much. I've been through so much just emotionally and mentally sitting through this story. Are you guys ready to wrap this up? You guys ready to see the end? Let's go. Let's see.
Warning. The following reading contains subject matter that some listeners
look at the
might
neck.
find
I looked at the neck,
or
okay?
difficult to hear. Listener discretion is advised.
Oh my word. Why didn't I do this in October? I could have did this yesterday. Actually, no, I couldn't have. But I'm glad I'm doing it now.
Curse, you have to use your magic. Get out.
Oh, that's bad. That's really bad.
I try to draw in a ragged breath. Try and cry out, but the pain consumes and overwhelms me. My eyes reflectively close against the otherworldly pain as the tendrils hold me aloft.
These are some fucked up tendrils. These are the only tendrils in media that fuck up your teeth like this. Can we talk? Can we talk about how fucked up Loss's teeth are right now? Look, chipped here, chipped here. This one got sharper, this one got sharper, sharp, sharp, and chipped down here. You're gonna need a dentist. You're gonna need like every dentist in the world to fix your shit after this is over.
And tear into my flesh anew. They pale in comparison, though, to the undulating, rotating mass, drilling and contorting inside my chest as it plunges deeper within it. I can't gather my thoughts against the ripping pain infusing and surrounding me.
Oh, no, curse word. You don't get to hide from this.
Ink barks into my face. The coils beneath my eyelids shift and harden in an instant. With a sickening wet snip, my eyelids fly through the air. My vision returned against my will to the horror before me.
This bitch cut her eyelids off. What the fuck?
The sights and sensations overwhelm me as guttural screams echo into obscurity.
Ink! Let her go! You're killing her!
Mag's voice rings clearly in my head, my eyes snapping away from the macabre vision before me, towards her voice. No, Mag, run! Don't let her get... No! She reaches through the midnight black bars, crumpled against her prison, as she wails my name. The inky bird cage shifts around her as she extends her hoof as far as she can reach, and tears cascade down her muzzle. Tendrils snake around the exposed bones in my limbs, slicing tendons and muscle with ease. There's no release or respite, and my concept of time shatters with my mind as the litany of pain amplifies. The smell of rancid decay violates my flared nostrils, and decaying flesh joins the pristine viscera that carpets the floor. As my body regenerates, the horror seeps into every nerve.
Oh yeah, she's like
fiber,
Deadpool. I totally
as
forgot.
realization burns through the fog of pain in my mind. My body keeps regenerating. This can go on forever if she wants it to. Cold sweat breaks through the few patches of fur that haven't come back patchy or rancid. A new fear gripping me.
You cannot deny who you are, curse word!
The cracked and broken surface makes rasping noises as the leather mask taunts me, a yellow aura holding it before my face.
This is the monster you are! The lost narrator, reader of stories, and dammer of souls! But something's missing. Oh, wait, I know!
The tendrils tense and contort, pulling my body taut into a standing position as my vision blurs to red. This excruciating pain reaches levels no mortal pony could survive. My mind's fracturing under the unrelenting misery of 1,000 eternities. The red bleeds through my vision, and I am greeted by the moronic stitched smile and shining gaze of the leather mask. Her taunting laughter accompanies its stoic descent. It gently comes to rest on my snout, and a single coil slowly pushes it into place. I can feel my rotten flesh extend and caress its broken and weathered surface, fusing and melting into the leather. It's a calming, welcoming presence in this new world of agony and torment.
And that's for you!
My bleary mind struggles to focus. As I turn my head in Mag's direction, the vicious mass lunges towards her in the cage.
You really are a whore, aren't you?
Damn.
Ink screams at Mag, lashing a tendril at the cage. Mag yelps in fear, and adrenaline floods my broken frame. I struggle against the coils, but they intertwine and contract around my limbs, locking me into place. I try to force my muzzle open, to scream out, but my mask is sewn shut, muting me. The cage around Mag shifts and flashes before transmuting into brass. She shrinks back against the bars, a wounded bird confined to her cramped cell.
Let her go, Ink. You already have me. What more do you want?
I want my little bird to behave like a proper mare, not a common whore. How dare you? How dare you press your lips on... How could you? How could you do this to me after all I've done and sacrificed for you?
Mag glances over, and our eyes lock for a brief moment. Fear and desperation engulf her lilac orbs. They begin to fill with tears as she looks up into Ink's monstrous face.
Ink, you're right. I'm yours. I've always been yours. I never know what's
best for me, but you do. You always have. This is my fault.
Instantly, I struggle against the coils. What the fuck is she talking about? Ink's liquidy face calms and stills as she peers at Mag's.
It's a trap. It's a trap. It has to be a trap.
Oh, is that so? It's your fault. I'm glad you can finally admit what I've known all along. You were the one who caused all this. Your stupidity and ignorance. That's what got my foe killed when you used her.
I never meant for that to happen. I just wanted to.
No, Magpie! You used Curse Word and her sinister talent to kill my son! A talent she wasn't aware of until you came along!
Mag's eyes widen in shock and horror as Ink's voice becomes even more shrill.
Oh, Celestia! That story became so tiresome after the first 200 years. How you used her, how you betrayed her.
Mag leans back against the bars as Ink's words strike with the force of a sledgehammer.
Your idea of revenge was just so pathetic. You are the one who set everything into motion, going so far as to trick my son into purposely angering Curse Word that day. It's because of you and your actions that I have been damned to this. My pain is on you and you alone.
Mag used me? My world shifts and turns. Everything I thought I knew shatters as the new pieces click into place. The cult, that mare, Mag, acting so distant. Clarity overwhelms and bombards my mind with even more questions. I hyperextend my jaw, loosening the stitching, and one of the many cords snap.
Mag, please, I need to talk to you. Listen to me.
Mag's eyes lock on the ground, her head hanging low.
You're right. I'm the one who did this. I betrayed her.
Her shoulders tremble as tears stream down her face.
At least I got to see her one more time. To kiss her.
Mag's voice trails off abruptly, though, as her body tenses. Her right hoof raises to her muzzle, and her ears swivel back.
What?
A chortle breaks the silence as choking panic screams erupt from the cage.
What the hell?
Well, we won't have to worry about that anymore, will we, my little bird?
Mag's eyes bulge with terror as her hooves claw desperately at her muzzle. Waxen, undulating skin dribbles down her face and over her lips. The strands of liquefied flesh knitting and fusing together. A doll's mouth being sewn up by her owner.
Aw, that's
Seen,
fucked up.
Not heard. The last ropes of hide bind into place, dissolving into an unbroken plain of fur, as if no mouth had ever existed. She runs a trembling hoof over the flawless fur, muffled screams emanating from her throat as ink dye cackles manically.
Now, isn't that better? You can't talk back if you don't have a mouth. You still don't get it, my little bird. I'm going to teach you to behave, and I will take all the time I need. My love will mold you, bring you back to what you're supposed to be. Soon, you will realize that loving Curse Word was the biggest mistake of your life.
The sound of magic and ripping cords fills the air. My coiled form explodes in magical fury, and moments later, I reappear beside that bitch. My back hooves extend, connecting with Ink's shocked expression as her head turns towards the sound of my magic. My front hooves brace and bite into the floor. I channel all my rage and hatred into a double buck into her muzzle. With enough force to fell a tree, I connect, and I am rewarded with a shrill scream as that cunt goes flying, swooshing and flailing through the air. She impacts hard over 30 feet away, colliding with the floor in a wet thud and exploding into a shower of black rain. No, pissing me off was, you bitch! As my
Let's
hind
go!
quarters retract,
Let's go!
I shift my center of gravity, pivoting on my front hooves. I glance at Mag's crumpled body as my head whips around, and then charges towards the inky pool as it rises and fuses into a familiar form. My hooves pound against the hard, murky floor, and my horn glows with crimson fury. As Ink's eyes ignite piss yellow within her stupid fucking face, I let loose a magical surge, the bloody bolt hurling towards that annoying grin. Her body liquefies and showers to the floor, dodging the blast seconds before it strikes, as her laughter echoes around me. I skid to a halt, whipping my neck left to right, searching for the bitch. Only the small whimpers of Mag trying to pry open her mouth echo in the darkness as the laughter fades.
Ink! Stop fucking hiding and fight me, you pussy! One monster to another! Let's see who's got the bigger pair!
A monster? Me? My looks may be deceiving, but I can assure you, I am nowhere near as despicable, as vile as you.
A geyser of ink spews into the air before me, and I am greeted with that smug shit-eating grin as that bitch steps out of it.
Could have fooled me!
My instincts kick into overdrive as I lunge at her, my right hoof making contact with her chest.
Now, I'm kind of like, how do you defeat Inkwell if Inkwell is all like, is made up of ink goop? Because it's like, the only way I can think of is like the ending in Terminator 2 when the Terminator gets into the vat of like molten hot, like molten lava, and he just melts away. Like, that's what I'm thinking. But there's no vat of lava here, so it could be anybody's fucking guess.
Her silky surface ripples slightly, my hoof passing through like water.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Narrowing my eyes, and watch her as she smugly grins at me.
Look at you. You only know how to solve your problems with violence. Nothing but brute force. Trying to hurt me, or any pony for that matter, at the drop of a bit. It's no wonder Magpie used you to enact her little revenge plan.
You leave her the fuck alone! All you ever did was hurt her!
And you didn't? Oh, how it killed her on the inside. Helpless as you spiraled further and further into darkness and depravity, watching as the monster you are rose to the surface.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Unbeknownst to you, Magpie has been watching you this whole time. When you cursed her all those years ago, I saved her, placing her in this realm to protect her from you. We both watched as you gave into your heinous ways, slaughtering all those innocent ponies. And don't lie and say they were bad ponies who needed to be punished. We saw it, my little bird and I, and them. You became indiscriminate, slaughtering all those who crossed your path, just as any true monster would.
It takes a fucking monster to know one.
But you see, I am not a monster. My current state
wouldn't
was
say
never
that. Wouldn't
my
say that
choice,
at all.
First word. I was forced to watch you kill them all, then watch her deceive them, each and every soul, all in the hopes of restoring you. Nearly 100,000 souls, in groups, pairs, or alone, led like lambs to your loving slaughter. If anyone is deserving of that redemption, it should be me. Both your hooves are stained with their blood. I was forced to kill my own son. I was sent to that horrendous prison. Little did the rest of Equestria know what dark experiments were being performed on the ponies in there. The pain, the years of fear and shame, indignities and horrors you cannot fathom. Let's just say, the magic-infused chemicals they injected into me did wonders for my looks.
Ink spreads her quill-like wings, and tendrils whip violently into the dismal void.
My transformation into this monster is not of my own doing. It never was. But you? Well, your outside just reflects what was already festering on the inside.
At least I don't pretend to love some pony. At least I never fucking abused her! I roar as I charge at her. Tendrils spiral out from her sides.
What am I looking at right now? Is this Lost? Is this what Lost has been reduced to? Oh my god.
Striking with lightning speed as they form into a club. The ebony mass strikes me from beneath like an iron, smashing into my barrel and knocking the wind from my lungs. My legs give way, and I collapse on the floor.
I loved her more than your simple little mind could ever comprehend. I only wanted what was best for her, even if she didn't realize it at the time. Sometimes it takes it from Hoof to show her how much I love her.
Pure, unbridled rage detonates within my chest. My blood boils and surges, engorging my rotten flesh and powering my strikes as hooves reach out, flailing furiously, but only passing through black sludge. I will scratch this bitch's eyeballs out! A smug chortle taunts me as more tendrils whip out from behind her frame.
I don't think Lost is doing any
every
damage,
blow,
though.
Mocking me, toying with me.
I was the complete package. I had everything a mayor could ever dream of. A career that involved the royalty, an extraordinary home, the astounding luxury, the elusive social status. A mayor would have to be a complete idiot to not want me.
I bow forward and crash to my knees as the tendrils finally let up their attack, the last of my strength failing as I crumple onto my side.
You cannot deny the fact that when she and I first met, there were sparks. I recall the look in her eyes when she first saw me. The desire, the lust. She wanted it just as badly as I did. So I gave it to her. I gave her all of myself.
A faint cry breaks Ink's concentration. She turns towards Mag's cage, my gaze following hers. The outline of Mag's pink coat contrasts against the now barely visible cage. Ink turns her gaze back to me, shifting her back to the cage.
Just to hear her again, like that. It's so intoxicating. Exquisite, don't you agree?
No, it's fucked up to even think of her like that.
But didn't the numerous, endless ponies you massacred moan for mercy?
Ink's penetrating sneer reveals the depth of depravity within. A portal laid open to the
This is like some weird ass like whataboutism. It's like she's like, I'm not a monster because you've killed ponies, and Lost is like, yeah, but you're like a literal abuser. Some weird whataboutism going back and forth.
demented thoughts that play beneath the calm exterior. I swallow hard, hesitating to answer the question.
A scream cut short by swift pain. The whimpers lingering in your ears as they cower and beg, pleading for some kind of mercy. The feeling of power, control, having their lives
God, I
under
don't like
your
this
foot,
face.
twisting their will to your own satisfaction. It must have excited you, curse word. What you did was a mere shadow of our love.
Basically, you're the same monster I am. They're both monsters. I wouldn't say they're the same monster.
And raw. I provided all she could ever need or desire. I gave her existence.
And my camera died.
At least until she became confused, strayed away from her purpose, forsaking our love. I mean, how?
Ink crane.
Let me fix that for a moment. Let's see. Doop. There we go. Well, at least now we can see more of the screen. But it's okay, we're on the last video. It doesn't matter that much.
Cranes her neck, her face lowering to eye level with me as my breath comes in ragged gasps. A hoof gingerly caresses the worn leather of my mask as I try to turn away, but her hoof holds my chin firmly in place.
How could she try to replace me with something like you? A common pony with such a crass, ill-behaved and unrefined demeanor. A pony who literally uses her own sorrow as a crutch to justify her immortal deeds. I think after all's accounted, you are by far the greatest insult. Even after all these years, she still does not understand what love really is.
Ink leans in close.
That's such a weird thing to say coming from this asshole.
Her chemical breath washes over my muzzle. Faint trickles of ink drip within her skull, black droplets rolling down the sickly yellow windows of her corrupted soul.
Love is the pure, biological need to satisfy our own ravenous urges.
That's not what love is.
Truth.
Azure light blooms and expands, banishing the darkness and framing ink dye's twisted form. The intensity of the light waxes, causing ink to raise a hoof in the phase of its blazing intensity. I squint, trying to adjust to the light as a single determined voice rings out.
Let her go!
Oh shit, oh god.
A thunderclap ignites, and the brass cage erupts into shrapnel, and Mag appears from thin air, standing between Ink and me. Tall and proud, she radiates a cerulean brilliance.
How did you even—
Let her go, Ink!
My little bird, what do you think you're doing?
I am not your little bird.
Yes.
Lost, you okay over there? You doing it? You need like a glass of water or like an ambulance or something? You don't seem to be doing too good.
You are. You will always be my little—
I'm not something.
From literal like Lost literally looks like something a cat coughed up. Like I don't even know where her face is. I assume it's somewhere over here because where her mane is. But she looks like a balled up, like chewed up piece of fur right there.
An object you can toy with and control? I was twice your size when we were together. All of the horrible, fucked up shit you put me through. Did you honestly expect me to come back to you? To love you again?
You're such a petulant child, Magpie. You never did know what was best for you. For us.
For us? Really? This has always been about you, Ink. It was never about what I wanted, what I needed, or even what I felt. Do you even know how bad you broke me? How wounded I was after I ran away from you? I couldn't trust any pony. I honestly thought I was too broken, too damaged to ever love or be loved. It was all because of you. Kersey was the one who put me back together.
Why do you still put your faith, your love in this abomination?
Because I know deep down inside she is not a monster. You're right. We did watch her kill those ponies. But you love to omit one fact. Curse wept after she killed them. At least in the beginning, before she turned numb to it all. She only did it because she thought it was her lot in life. That she was supposed to be this monster. But you've had a darkness inside you from the very start. You feel nothing. Not remorse nor love. Only sadistic satisfaction for the pain you cause. No matter how much you torture her, torture us, our love will always be stronger. Stronger than anything you could ever throw at us. I've been cowering and afraid of you for too long. This ends
Who's the
now,
manager?
Ink.
Okay, from 1 to 10, what level of Karen is Ink? LOL, who's the manager? Excuse me, can I speak to your manager? Would Mag be the manager in this scenario? I have no idea.
I'm not your puppet, your rag doll, your punching bag, or your fucking little bird. I am Magpie, and I will always love my curse.
I love Mag's speech.
Breaks as her body ridges.
It's like, I love Mag's speech, and then she immediately gets fucking handed a hoof.
And muscles tense. Ruby droplets burble up from her lips and shower down upon the darkened ground. A wet sucking sound accompanies the slow, torturous retraction of the ebony spike lodged in her chest. My heart thuds in my ears as the world slows, her graceful pink form falling from space like a puppet with its strings suddenly cut.
Ink, I believe, would be classified as a sociopath. I gotta look up the definition of a sociopath again, because, like, sometimes I think, like, I think I know a couple of sociopaths. Let's see.
A loud thud, empty and hollow, reverberates as she strikes the floor. Unmoving and limp, the pit of my stomach drops as my world spirals and implodes. Meg. My thoughts are stifled by the sight of her, of my...
I guess it wasn't really you I loved. It was this feeling, this force, this control.
Mag!
Enjoy her while you still can, curse word.
Ink's sardonic laughter echoes into the void as her body dissolves into the darkness. I grit my teeth as I pull Mag close, running a hoof through her mane. A soft, pained moan escapes her lips. The warm cerulean glow that once blazed brightly around her has been extinguished.
My
her body left worn
my
and
cat.
bruised. Ink blotches cover her entire being.
Kirsty.
Shh. It's okay. I'm here now. Mag's breath comes shallow and ragged as she attempts to pull herself up. I place a steady hoof gently on her chest, forcing her to relax within my embrace. The lack of strength and how easily she falls back terrifies me.
No. You need to get away from here.
Even within her current state, she's still trying to protect me from this horrible mess. This mess that she set into motion. She pushes my hoof aside and painstakingly props herself upright, taking advantage of my frantic mind as it's finally able to comb over all the details that I've been so blind to for so long. All I had ever hoped for was to find her one day and to finally be with her again to right my wrongs.
Aww.
The perfect idealized version of her was the only thing I had to hold on to during those 900 plus years of desperation and despair. When did I lose sight of who she really was? Or was she always like this, and I was blind from the beginning? Time seems to make you grow fond of only the good memories, and that pedestal that I placed her upon, it's all come crashing down. Fear and doubt claw at my heart. But as I watch her struggle to sit, to breathe, I can't help but want to protect this flawed mare, to be with her, to love her. Ink, she did so many things, so many horrible and terrible things to her. I take her hooves into mine, gripping tightly, looking her squarely in the eyes. No, I said I'm not going anywhere. Especially not now, silly. Her sight follows the mask, tracing every little bit of me, as if she's trying to memorize what I am now. I want to pull into myself, to conceal from her the thing that I've become. Her beautiful, sparkling eyes won't let me, though. Those captivating lilac portals stare deeper into me, her lingering gaze just as loving and gentle as it was all those years ago.
I'm sorry, Kersey. I never meant...
I know you didn't mean to. It's okay, I get it. I smile at her, or at least try to from behind the tattered hide. Her eyes beam up at me as she tries to stand. I help her to her hooves, twinges of fear and concern blooming in the sight of the blackening discoloration in the center of her chest. That alarm sharpens as I see it slowly expanding and creep out from her wound.
Aw, wasn't that just a lovely little moment?
God damn it.
You two disgust me.
Ink's sarcastic voice drips with venom and hate as it echoes through the void. Mag's ears pin back against her scalp as my gaze swivels left to right, trying to see where that bitch's voice is
Candy Mary, yeah, that's a good one.
Two monsters comforting one another when the end is ever looming for them. There is no redemption for the likes of either of you. Neither of you are worthy of it, because you both chose this path, the one lined with the lives you have ruined.
Real fucking mature, you stupid bitch.
Oh, my little stupid bird. You made your choice, and now you
What was that voice squeak?
I mean, die with it.
I bite my lip as I watch the expression on Mag's face. She winces slightly, but I can't tell if it's from that bitch's voice or something else.
You are in no shape to try and take her on,
she says, nuzzling against my neck. I nuzzle her back, trying to mask my thoughts. I'll take care of this. I promise. Just stay here and out of the way, okay? I turn tail and gallop into the darkness, hoping to put some distance between us and Mag.
Okay.
I can't lose her again.
Big Dog! Come out, you stupid cunt!
Oh, Cursor, you have such a way with words.
I'm fucking done with your bullshit!
That's cute.
Oh, wait, whoa, I'm loving the way this is animated. Whoa, wait, whoa, okay, alright, let's see what we got going on here.
Chance.
Oh, no.
I'm not fucking around anymore, Ink.
Same old song and dance.
Oh my god.
How predictably disappointing. Huh?
Oh my god, who lost?
Come here, shit stain!
One hit and you're down? Fucking pussy.
Love Lost.
I recall seeing something similar to Magpie once.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I believe your attempts are falling apart at the seams. And to think, I could have done this all along.
Hard to kill the undead, isn't it, you bitch? And since you like tentacles so much,
How unoriginal, curse word. Do you actually believe you can stop me?
As a matter of fact, I fucking do.
What the?
Oh, the summoning circle.
Any final words, cunt?
You can't destroy me in my realm!
Let's find out, shall we? At least she finally shut the fuck up.
I knew that wasn't gonna work, but
Really think it was going to be that easy?
How is she not tired?
I'm not tired because I have that endless supply of souls.
get
you
yeeted and
murdered.
skeeted, my nightbot.
Stop reading my fucking thoughts!
Don't you get it, curse word? This is my realm. I control this dimension and all who inhabit it. I've heard all your thoughts in Magpie since the start of this wretched journey. I even know the ones who are viewing these events unfold from behind a black screen. Can't you feel their eyes as my story unfolds, watching with bated breath? I am the beginning, the middle, and the end. There is no escape for a villain like you. But I do have to thank you, curse word. I just needed a little push, and you shoved me right into murdering that little fucking brat. I mean, I had abused Magpie so much, but to kill another pony, especially a foal? Even I thought that was too much at one point, but he wasn't even my child. That Colt and his father were just a means to an end. So I really have to thank you, and that super special talent of yours. If it wasn't for that, I would have never gathered enough nerve to drown the little shit.
What?
You heard me. I killed that Colt. And I knew what I was doing the whole time.
God damn it.
I didn't kill that little colt.
Why would you tell her that? Why would you ever tell her that?
How are you?
I'm a cockroach, remember? I just keep coming back!
Yeah.
Mag!
No, not fade to black. Don't fade to black me right now.
Mag! Baby, come on. You have to wake up. Mag? No. Mag, please. I just found you.
Oh, god damn it.
You can't fucking leave me.
I think she's just
now.
I think she's just taking a nap. She's fine.
Not after all this. Please. Just wait. Wake up. You can't fucking leave me, Mag. I know I fucked up. But you can't leave me. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I didn't find you sooner. Cursing. Mag, I love you. I love you with my whole heart.
Cursey, tell me a story.
It's too late, curse word.
Yeah, maybe it is. And maybe I'm just a sitting target here. But I'm not letting her go. I'm staying right here. End of story. Swallowing hard, I force the lump down and watch her carefully. Her breathing is faint.
Oh.
Once upon a time, there was a unicorn mare who always felt out of place.
Oh, don't do this to me.
Family. She didn't think she would ever find a place where she truly belonged, or be accepted for the mare that she could be. And she met a mare who she thought would be the answer to her prayers. A mare that she could love without fear and judgment from others. But this mare was more toxic to her than the life she left behind. She was a prisoner in her own home, shouldering the pain and suffering she had endured each and every day. But she had courage. Courage that garbage mare didn't anticipate. And she got out. She was free from everything that held her back. And she found a new place. A place to start over. And maybe find a new love. Mag, please. Mag, this can't be the end.
Mag is not dead. You can't fucking...
Your story isn't over, Mag.
You can't pull the wool over my eyes. Mag didn't go anywhere. What is this? What's happening now?
My eyes shoot open, and I inhale sharply, choking on the breath as it rushes into my lungs. A small thud plunks down beside me as I cough and wheeze, finally calming myself.
What the hell?
Glancing down, I notice the book laying haphazardly on the ground, and the wooden floor it's on. I blink a few more times, unsure of what the fuck is going on. Wasn't I just...
Curse? Is everything okay?
A young...
Oh, god damn it.
Familiar voice exclaims. I finally glance up and see... I see that little cult staring back at me. In fact, I'm surrounded by the familiar sight of little foals settled around me, each one of them sporting a very confused expression as they peer at me intently. It's then that I glimpse at the back of the room, and I see one mare who I thought I had lost for an eternity. My eyes lock on Mag's lilac eyes. I feel the tears welling up, but stop them before too many of them can escape. She shies away, though, hiding behind a bookcase. Wait, a bookcase? I look around, recognizing this place. It's the library from my hometown. What?
Curse? Are you gonna finish the story or not?
The little colt whines, picking up the book with his hooves. I think...
Oh yeah, you're right. That is Pitch. He's alive.
I reply back, trying to calm my nerves. Let's meet here in about 15 minutes, okay? The group of foals proceed to get up, groaning about a supposed cliffhanger I'd left off on. Before the little colt, though, Skip Scamper was his name, I think, can take off with the foals, I yank him aside with my magic. He yelps as I turn him to face me.
What day is it?
He stares at me confused.
It's Tuesday, duh.
I rub the bridge of my snout, remembering how my patience always ran thin with him. No, I mean, what's the date?
Oh, it's the 17th.
Of what month, Skip?
Of June. God! Shouldn't you know these things? You are the adult here.
June 17th. That's the date of the first time I ever met Mag. What the fuck is going on? I have one more question, Skip. Do you know that pink mare that's in the back of the library?
You mean Magpie?
Yes, I mean Magpie. How long has she been working here?
Ugh. You said there was only one more question.
Just answer the damn question, Skip.
Fine. Ugh. I think for a few days. She's the new assistant librarian.
Only a few days. That must mean...
Can I go now?
Skip tugs at my forehoof, trying to get my attention. I shake my head, quieting my thoughts. Yeah, sure, kid. Go play with the other foals, okay? I reply, walking away from him, but stop when I remember his connection to everything. I whirl around and call out, "Hey, Skip, wait!"
What?
Shh! A collective shush echoes from the library as he and I wince, realizing our volume. I trot over to him. Is your dad dating anyone? His bright emerald eyes gawk at me.
Ew! Why would you ask me about that?
He sticks out his tongue, obviously disgusted by the thought. It's not for me. I'm just asking for a friend.
No. And he definitely wouldn't date a mare like you. Blech.
All right, kiddo, go play with the rest of the foals. My horn flares up, and I shove him towards the door. I can hear him mumbling about not wanting to ever have me as a mother, as I finally make my way to the back of the library. I quietly trot, glancing between the rows of bookcases.
You guys can't see me, but I have a huge smile on my face right now.
At the very back of the library, my heart races, and I can feel my eyes sting with tears. I linger at the end of the row, watching as Mag delicately picks up a book from the cart sitting next to her with her mouth, and daintily places it back onto the shelf. I remember this now. How she would always refuse to use her magic for the most simplest of tasks when I first met her. I never understood why. She just always gave me the excuse of trying to conserve magic. I understand now. It's been ingrained into her that she wasn't allowed to use it. That bitch ain't die. My fur stands on end as I realize I've been in a similar situation like this before. I'm on guard, my eyes darting back and forth, trying to see if there's any hints of this being an illusion just to torment me. I start to grab books off the nearby shelf and flip through them hastily, seeing if there's any kind of ink blotches within the pictures of the books.
Can I help you?
I jump, dropping the books within my magic, when I realize she's standing right behind me. No. I spin around and try to hold my composure as I'm greeted by the sweet trace of lavender again. That scent, it really is.
Oh, okay.
Right as she's about to turn away, I realize what I need to do. Wait, I'm sorry. I smile nervously, trying to calm my nerves.
I just looked up from what I was doing. Look at this face that Lost has right now. What is this sneaky ass, sus ass face you got going on right now?
I was just trying to find another book to read to the foals. Mag's expression drops from concern to confusion.
I think you might be in the wrong section for that.
She says, pointing a hoof to the sign that's hanging in the row that reads, Equestrian Law. Oh, well, I guess it's never too early to start them on. Architecture Regulations for Pegasus Structures, Volume 12.
You guys are goofballs.
How the fuck do they have 12 volumes for this? I stare at the book, realizing how dumb I sound. But before I can get a word in, Mag giggles at me.
Oh yeah, it's a real page turner. Don't forget to read all the subtext and the footnotes.
She smiles at me softly. She reaches down to pick up a book from the ground. Before she gets that chance, though, my magic ignites, gathering all the books I dropped. Sorry for making a mess.
Don't be. It gives me more of an excuse to stay back here rather than deal with her.
Her? My throat falls into my stomach.
Oh no.
And my mind races, bracing for the inevitable. Who's her?
The, librarian. Oh gosh, are you one of her friends? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it.
Ooh, holy fuck. She's such a bitch.
Oh, you really had me scared for a second there. I thought I might be the only one.
Oh god, no. Everyone in this place hates her.
That's strangely comforting.
Noticing the cart of books behind her, I proceed to grab them all with my magic and place them back on the shelf. Here, let me get the rest of them. I don't think I got your name. My name's Curseword.
Well, Curseword, I can see why you're not a librarian.
Oh, how come?
You just placed amphibians of the swamplands in equestrian law. I'm not sure if they wrote the laws, but hey, I'm new here, so what do I know, right? I'm Magpie, by the way.
And with that, Mag and I started over back where it all began. And to be frank, it was odd. Quite jarring at first. Watching the same events unfold again with everything that I know now, but I didn't care. I made damn sure that I didn't make the same mistakes again. When those nightmares reared their ugly head, I was ready to face them head on with her. It was a slow, gradual process of finally getting her to talk about her past.
Okay.
But I waited patiently, and I tried to steer her in the right direction. My biggest fault the first time around was, well, being so blinded by the rose-tinted glasses that I always wore when I looked at her. All I ever wanted was just for some pony to love me, and she was all of that and more. She said in that void that she thought that she was too broken to be loved.
Aw.
But the truth is, I think you're never too broken to be loved. I mean, she loved me the first time around. Every pony is broken and damaged on some level, and I was no exception. Some of us just hide it a lot better than the rest. If anything, I'm a bit more damaged now, especially after, the 100 years of being a raging psychopath. But you want to know what the real kicker is? It seems like not a single pony remembers anything of the lost narrator. I mean, why would they? I time leapt to a point before all that even happened. All of it. Although, that's the thing. I'm the only one who's retained any recollection of, well, everything. Maybe this is some sort of alternate timeline of sorts. I still don't completely understand what happened in there. But as I comb over all the details of these events and how they unfolded, well, it's a miracle in itself that I'm even standing here telling you this story, and not in some psych ward. It doesn't mean that all of this has been easy, though, for me to just readjust to this old life. It's never just a walk in the park, especially when I was that corpse for so long. Do you know how unnerving it is when I come across a pony that I damned in another life? The guilt it cripples me sometimes.
Aw.
Even more when I consider that I'm still capable of making that all happen again. It's an ignorant mindset to just not realize that my words could have devastating ripples around me. However, Second chances are not meant to be taken for granted, and I would be a selfish, ungrateful asshole if I ever did that. Still, there are moments where I catch myself flinching away from Mag because I'm...
Okay, Lost, before you finish that sentence, I just want to point out that, like, Mag is back in the picture now. So it seems that everything is fixed. We're pretty much at the end of this freaking video. I don't know where ink dye went. I don't know what happened to ink dye. I have not the foggiest fucking idea, but...
afraid of not being able to control this power. At my weakest moments, my mind derails and thinks maybe she would be safer without me. If I'm with her, I might enact the same mistake again and send us back into that damned future. I mean, how do you keep those innate tendencies at bay? Especially when you've been giving into them for the last several hundred years or so. How do you rewire yourself? Well, I can tell you, it's not a single pony job. Love really is a two-way street. I'm helping build her back up again. And little does she know, she's doing the same for me. There you have it. The story of Curseword, the pony who finally found her beloved. But only after losing herself along the way to the twisted, grotesque nature that rises in ponies out of loneliness and bitterness. This isn't supposed to be some kind of narrative where you find this clear-cut moral of how to be a better pony. Because it's more complicated than that. Life is this mixture of blacks and whites, dark and light grays, where you have to find your own way. And sometimes there aren't any definitive answers, no matter how hard you search. I mean, except for how much of a bitch ink dye is. There's really no denying that.
Fucking a TED Talk with the Lost narrator here. Right, final scene coming up.
Sound extremely corny, but this sunset is so pretty. I love how the colors.
Who did this? Who drew this?
Yeah, me too.
Are you okay, Kersey? You seem really out of it lately.
Oh? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm just tired is all.
You didn't sleep again, did you?
You really can read me like a book sometimes, you know that?
Well, you're my Kersey, so of course I can.
Mag, if I ever did something horrible, would you still love me?
How horrible are we talking? Like eating the last piece of cake? Because I'm not so sure about.
No,
it's worse. It's so much worse than that. You have no freaking idea.
I mean something really bad. Like hurting some pony.
Well, they'd have to really fuck with you to make you want to hurt them.
But what if they were innocent and just in the wrong place at the wrong time?
But there has to be a reason why you would hurt that pony. You wouldn't just go around hurting ponies all willy-nilly. There's always a reason.
Mag, just answer the question. Would you still love me?
You're being ridiculous. I'm always going to love you, no matter what. I'm never going to leave you, remember?
Promise?
Promise. Besides,
no.
I don't think you have a rotten bone in your whole body.
Not anymore, at least.
What was that?
Nothing. I love you, Mag.
I love you too. Can we go eat some cake now? Like, I'm really hungry for cake. I blame you.
God damn it, Mag.
Is that it? Is that all? Oh my god! Am I gonna get copyright claim for this? Nail of the Nine. Hey, that's V's husband. Or boyfriend. Not husband, sorry. That was really good. I love that. I also love this ending title sequence. God, like, how'd you edit this? You guys can't see me, but I'm swaying back and forth. I'm gonna wait until the end of the song. I will. But really good job. You guys did a really good job. I'm clapping. I'm clapping. Definitely one of my favorites. I would have to, like... It's up there. I really like the sequence with, like, Ink Dye and Laws fighting. Art by VCM. Do we have more art? Yeah, let's go. Mini Brony, hell yeah. Art by Commander Tough Claws, okay. Art by Dari Draws. Oh, Dari Draws knocked it out of the fucking park, dude. Quillen led. All right. I think I've seen him talking in the servers. Look at all those patrons. When I started this project 4 years ago, I never could have imagined what it would have become. I'm so grateful to all my fans and friends for believing in me and this project. Thank you for following me on this journey. It means more to me than you will ever know. Lost. Aw. No problem. This is really good. This is really well put together.
You used me. That storytelling mare told me everything about you.
Okay, all right. I gotta see.
I should have listened to Skip when he said you were a horrible mayor.
I'm sorry, honey. Can't we try to work this?
I've already filed the divorce papers. We are over.
Damn, all right.
Calm down, Ink. Everything will still work out. This is fine. I'll have my little bird back in.
I know why you're here, and I'm not going to let you hurt her again.
Who are you?
I'm the pony who's about to put her hoof so far down your backside, you'll be tasting what you had for breakfast. Mag is with me now, and there's no way I'll ever let you hurt her again. So take your pint-sized ass back to the social climbing closeted lifestyle and stay the fuck away from Mag. Oh, and if I ever catch you within a 50-mile radius of this town or her again, I'll cast a spell so vile you'll be shitting out your teeth for a month and drinking your apples through a straw for the rest of your miserable life.
She'll do it. She'll really do it. What the fuck? Who was that? Who was that? Wait a minute. No, wait. Who was that? Was that Mag? Who was that? Wait, no, you can't.
Miserable life.
Yeah, you get her, Kersey.
Was that her son? Was that? Oh, okay, all right. So yeah, that I guess that was just a time reset then. All right. Oh my god, that was so good. Holy fuck, guys. I'm glad you guys like stayed with me through all of this even though my camera died. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Gonna hit you with the BRB screen for a second. Guys, that was dope. But you know what else is dope? Hitting like on the video. That was pitch. Ink doesn't have kids. Wait, Ink doesn't have kids. Didn't she drown her kid? Wasn't this before when she was... Thank you, Wolf. This is fantastic. No problem, man. No problem. But I gotta get out of here. Remember to hit like on that video, though. Hit join, become a Mad Lad. It's $1 a month. That is very, 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 very cheap. Be sure, if you see Lost these days, I don't know what she's doing. Like, the last time I heard from Lost is that she became really enamored with keyboards. But that's about it. But yeah, if you ever see Lost again, tell her that I thought this was great. This is really, 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 really good. I'm glad she put this together. I might react to the one where Discord makes Fluttershy into a puppet. That sounds fucked up. But yeah, I'll see you guys later. Enjoy your night, and I'll be around. I'll be in touch. See you guys later. Bye bye.